As the title implies that in fact, this network working on the various migration issues around Mediterranean, but Mediterranean means that the just being the somehow it's Asia, Africa, Middle East, and Europe, of course. Then in that sense, we have to take the larger context of Mediterranean. We have certain activities under this network. This activity is actually, this workshop is the kind of sub-project under this network called the Mapping Mediterranean and European Migration Studies, funded by the Erasmus program under the Jampone Network program of the EU. What we are doing, in fact, through this activity also around the Mediterranean, we are organizing some what we call the national workshops on various migration issues. Actually, although as I said that this is a network of the scholars research institutions, but also we are trying to kind of establish link with the NGOs and the policy people. And the MiReKoc is a kind of part of this project and the base of the national interest. In fact, under certain topics, we organize these workshops, and as you see that the title of this workshop is Irregular Migration, the Position of Turkey in the Mediterranean Basin. When you look at the program, we will focus on some debates around Turkey, but as I mentioned, that linking the Mediterranean migration issues, irregular migration issues in Mediterranean Turkey, of course, we will touch upon the different issues. Whenever we talk about any migration issues, I think there are two main statements we can make. One is the following: geography matters. Okay, we focus on the geographies. And the second is the history matters. So when we look at the irregular migration flows also, we see that particularly last 3 decades, Mediterranean, including the Turkey and the Middle East, affected by this, what we call the irregular migration. But by the way, also probably today, throughout the day, we will discuss that this is also a kind of simple concept, but contested concept, and the link to the different issues. The concept in different geographies, we use, for instance, particularly in North America, we use the concept of undocumented migration. In fact, earlier, when I look at the literature, I work in this field a bit, before the 1980s, of course, what we are talking about often discussed under the concept of illegal migration. But this is not politically correct. There was huge debate about that, of course. But later, starting with 1980s, particularly in Northern America, the concept of undocumented migration came to the picture. And since the 1990s, particularly focusing on the geography around Europe, Mediterranean, we started using the concept of irregular migration. And this literature, in fact, was booming since the late 1990s, particularly early 2000s. And some of the scholars here, researchers, in fact, like our keynote speaker, Frank Duval, they were the people actually hugely contributing to using this concept, developing certain critical perspectives on the concept itself, but also using the concept touching upon the different issues. Also later, of course, young scholars, as I said, that when we refer to irregular migration, often we refer to other concepts like the transit migration or trafficking, smuggling concept. Although quite separate concept, but the asylum and refugees, we use the concept of mixed flows, for instance. So our discussion will be around that. As I said, that we will also focus on some discussion related directly to Turkey, but the larger context also region. But we will start with Frank Duval's keynote talk to us. All of us knows Frank. Actually, Frank is one of the scholar actually really in the field for wide range of writings actually we had from him at the we heard talks from him at the Frank. I like to invite you to give, because actually again I'm looking at the whether the Ricard is here. Unfortunately,
Ricard is on his way to his office, so he'll be joining us soon,
okay,
but after the keynote.
okay, maybe because Ricard Zapata actually leading this network, and actually he started this network. So in that context, he was supposed to give a kind of little talk and welcome you. But since he is now currently on sabbatical leave and living in New York City, so I will stop here because the time is running, and I will give the floor to Frank. And also I like to express my thanks to Frank, but all of you. In fact, this is a small group, but I believe that within the next 3-4 hours, we will have the productive discussion. Thank you, Frank, again. Just
Thank you very much, Ahmed, and thanks everybody for coming. It's a luxury to be able to join you in person. I refuse to do it online. I have enough of online meetings. I enjoyed a nice morning coffee at the Bosporus, and now I enjoy the meeting with you. Need my presentation. I work on that topic, irregular migration, 25 years as an academic and 10 years as a social worker, so 35, almost 40 years. Accordingly, I have a huge presentation, 25 slides, and someone just needs to stop me when I'm running out of time.
I will try.
And also, I don't know why that is, I'm getting more and more talkative. That wasn't the case 10 years ago. So time management is a challenge. Irregular migration, most people sort of have an association and seem to know what it is, whilst it is in fact a hugely contested, politically and emotionally loaded concept. And the more you think about it, the unclearer it becomes what irregular migration is. So I've tried to organize and combine from 25 years of presentations, kind of a best of slides. And
There's a technical error.
there is a technical error, yes, because I can't move my slide. Without my slides, I'm lost.
It's frozen.
It's frozen, yes. Oh dear.
It's not working.
Can we quickly go to the other laptop? Yes. We don't have the presentation there, right? Oh, we have?
No.
Okay. Here we go.
And so maybe the talks on one laptop and the Zoom on another laptop.
Maybe.
This is not online now. Yeah. This is not on the screen.
No, but please. No, you are on the screen in terms of hybrid model. I'm going to restart this computer.
I need to go. What did I do?
I think.
Stop. I didn't want to stop it. want to go to the slideshow.
This one?
Yeah, I need to extend this one. Yes.
Okay.
Very good. This is not working. Very good.
Yes, I'll update that.
Okay, I hope you can see and hear me now. Here is a quick outline, introduction, context, a whole range of topics. I will not be able to cover all of them in the time we've got. Can we minimize that?
Which one? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Yes,
yes,
yes.
yes.
That I can see the screen.
Okay. I'm going to change it.
Are we ready? I'm muted.
Olmak üzere. Can you hear us right now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, but it's not that good as before. But we were also able to see the screen actually, if you are trying to fix that.
Is everything clear on the online part? Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Then let's restart. Just to say a few words at the outset. I think it's relevant to recognize that the very term irregular, or rather illegal migration, is a very new concept. The very first reference I've ever found was in the 1930s, when it was applied by the British colonial authorities to Palestinian migration to Israel. And then it only became applied a little more frequent in the 1960s and 70s, first in the US and then in Europe. It was popularized in the 80s and 90s in Northwestern Europe, and in new immigration countries like Russia or Turkey, it was used a little later, probably only from the 90s. But obviously, I didn't check it for all countries, and there is a time lapse between usage in the US and in Europe. It's also important to recognize that it's very strongly connected to the legal construction of identity, so the introduction of ID documents and visa and passports, but also to the technical ability to control people's statuses. And it refers to a very specific type of migration. So the legal status is the defining point of reference or the denominator. It is obviously not only the result of a legal construction, but also of human action, of human behavior, people deciding to defy law, to ignore law, not to comply with the law and all the rest of it. So it's a combination of a legal construction and human agency. Socially and normatively, obviously, politically also, it's very important, but it's not numerically significant, and I will demonstrate that because numbers are still fairly small, and still it triggers enormous disproportionate attention, and we need to discuss and ask why that is. What is regular, what is irregular is obviously decided politically. It's then enshrined in law. Irregular migration is a social, political, and legal construct. And this is not just an academic intellectual statement, because about policy implication and solutions, we have to bear in mind that this is a type of migration that's been declared unlawful, but can be deconstructed fairly easily, actually. Irregular migration is not a phenomenon observed in the global north or in the rich countries. Whatever country's name you type in and then you look at illegal, irregular, you find some reference, whether it's India, whether it's Botswana, whether it's Kazakhstan. You have illegal migration anywhere in the world. So it affects rich. Just to contextualize a little bit the literature and the research. So that's related to the literature on social problems, social inequality, justice, and crime. We have some authors here, to the research on ethnic minorities, to the research on law and order and security questions, human behavior, human agency, but also social movements, because there is this notion of the autonomy of migration, which is related to social movements, literature. What's going on here? Yeah, but I can continue. Yes. Yes. Okay. And obviously, it's also embedded in migration studies, and it's relevant for political philosophy when we talk about the ethics of migration control, the ethics of irregularizing people, the ethics of excluding people from access to our social benefits. So you find reference to irregular, illegal migration, all these bodies of literature, which makes it such a complex phenomenon, because we can look at it from more than half a dozen of disciplinary angles and fields of research. The definition is a fairly challenging sort of issue. First, there is the issue of the terminology. You have a list, not here, but hopefully on your screens. Illegal migration, undocumented, unauthorized, irregular. Transit migration is another cry against this type of migration. Then you have the various national expressions, sans-papier in French, nelegalni in Eastern European languages, sin papeles. Finally, we have it on the screen here. It's getting just watching. And in order to decide about the appropriate terminology, I suggest taking an ethical look and reflect on the two key questions here. Is the term you use ethically responsible, so not contributing to the marginalization, discrimination, or the vulnerability of this type of population? Is it actually adequate to reflect the phenomenon? If we talk about undocumented migration, is it really undocumented? Do people really do not have documents? So there is a whole sort of questions, which is why I've decided and others to use irregular, which is a little less sort of discriminatory than illegal, because we don't make a judgment on the legal status of persons. Lawyers might want to do that. Policy makers love the stronger notion of illegal, but researchers should try to remain as descriptive as possible. So language matters. There is a reference here to PCOM where you can find more on that sort of challenge. I would love to move on with the slide, but that doesn't work now. Too many problems here. Doesn't allow me.
I'm sorry for the technical things. I mean, just.
It's working.
No, it, yes, okay. So if we look at one set of determinants of irregular migration, then I'd argue there are four aspects. There is the aspect of exit from the country of origin or a transit country maybe. Then there is the aspect of entry into a certain country. Then there is the aspect of residence, and then there is the aspect of employment. And each of these aspects can actually be regular or irregular. And therefore, we very often have a huge mix of statuses. So exit can be irregular, entry might be regular, residence might be regular, employment might be irregular. It can also be any other possible combination. You have a list here, possible combinations, and only those in purple are actually deportable, which is the key characteristic of being an irregular immigrant, and the others are not. There are a few really weird notions that person can probably also be born into irregularity. So you could become an irregular immigrant without ever having migrated yourself, only migrated from the warmth into the daylight, but not crossing any country's borders. So you can enter a country with or without authorization. You can stay in a country with or without authorization, work in a country with or without authorization. And persons can be born to irregular immigrants, and then according to the different national laws, you either become regular by birth or you still remain irregular by birth. And the number of persons born in irregular immigration, we don't know, but it's up to 10% in certain countries. In the UK, we've got some such estimation. Irregularity is not black and white, it's not regular or irregular, it occurs on a scale. So where you put the threshold is arbitrary. If you overstay, so there is a visa for 3, 6, 9, 12, whatever months, and then from there is a sort of discretion period, there is a discretion applied by the authorities. And interesting, in some countries, the longer you stay in an irregular status, the more likely you become regular again. You can either regularize their status because there is some provision in the law. So this whole issue is very complex. We have this notion of semi-legality, semi-compliance, migration status transition from one to the other. So it's a lot more complex, and the deeper you go, the more you see that on the level of the law, for instance, in the court, there is a huge negotiation going on what is regular and what is irregular. And often if the case goes to court, in the end, the court decides the person isn't actually irregular because there are some humanitarian reasons, family reasons, and other reasons why a person considered irregular by the law enforcement authorities isn't in the end considered irregular by by the lawyers or by the judges. In terms of geography, it's also fairly complex. We have 7 types of countries here: country of origin, country en route, hubs of transit migration, points of entry, then the EU countries transited, the EU countries of destination, countries of removal, deportation. So in geographic terms, we look at very different countries here. We can think about some of that in terms of zones of transit or quadrants, and then we have different routes emerged, fairly many: Eastern, Southeastern, Central, Western Mediterranean, the Atlantic. Again, I can't move on my slide here. What is that? This is, and this is sort of the European perspective on the irregular, on irregular, in brackets, transit migration. Everything that's in yellow here is the neighborhood of the European Union that's been identified with this notion of transit migration, which is another sort of war cry by the European Union. It's kind of discriminating in a way countries in the neighborhoods of the European Union. And in terms of scope, if we look at international travel, 1.3 million, I think it is, it's not 2012, it's rather 2020. International migrants, I haven't checked the latest number, it's constantly increasing, 280 or more million, refugees over 100 million. And then you look at irregular immigrants in a global scale. This is like a very, very rough, it's not an estimate, it's rather a guesstimate, could be 30, 40 million, constantly changing. But in the EU and UK, you see 2 to 4 million, 0.6 to just over 1% of the total population. So few, you could ask. So what is the, what's the excitement? What's the issue here? Really, irregular entries, it's the same. It's around 100,000 on average. Some years 70,000, other years 120, 140,000. 2015, there was a huge attention because there was a spike, of course, 1 million, but that was an exception. It's never repeated again. And then you look at all the other figures here, and in particular, interesting is the discrepancy between return decisions by the EU, 300,000, and returns enforced, 140,000. And why is that? Because very often return decisions are contested in the courtroom, and often the courtroom decided the person is not liable for return because there are some compassionate, humanitarian, family, other reasons for someone to reverse the decision. So the number of irregular immigrants is constantly coming down, and therefore we have to be extremely careful with all these numbers and figures. I use them, but I triangulate them, I cross-check them, I query them. We have to be very reflexive with all of that constantly. Never ever take any of these figures for granted. Never just copy paste, put them in any paper or report. This is most likely to be a questionable figure. And lots of patterns we can identify, probably many more than I have here. I'd argue irregular and transit migration often heralds a migration transition. In a country where you have significant transit migration, a couple of years, a decade later, you find it's actually also an immigration country, whether it's Turkey, whether it's Morocco, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Mexico. They have all become also immigration countries. We know that in at least EU countries, most irregular immigrants arrive legally and then they overstay their visa, or they arrive without authorization, but then avail themselves to the authorities, apply for asylum, so they're no longer irregular. There is also a very clear correlation between rejected visa applications and irregular migration. This is demonstrated in the case of Africa to the same level, successful visa applications decreased, irregular migration increases. There is a very clear and strong correlation. There is another strong correlation between rejected asylum applications and irregular immigrants, so overstaying, absconding, and all that. We also know from research, the more restrictions there are, the more controls we have, the more people are driven underground. There isn't very good, strong evidence of a deterrent effect. Rather, people apply more criminal tactics, false passports, false documents, and all that. We have the notion of mixed flows, different people sitting together in the same boat, literally asylum seekers on the one hand, family members, labor migrants on the other hand. We know about the impact on biographic breaks on people's migratory behavior. You go to a country on a 12-month visa, matters in your life changes, you are a student, you find a good job, you overstay, you don't bother, you fall in love, you can't extend your visa, you overstay, you don't bother. And these kind of biographic breaks are very typical and help explaining why people disobey the law, for instance. We have short versus long-term strategies. We have irregular immigrants who just come to work in the country for a couple of months and then they leave fairly short term. And then we have people who stay in countries for 10, 12, 15, or even more years for various reasons, employment, labor, or fear for persecution in case of going back to their country. We have this mixed statuses, fairly typical. We also need to look at the origin of irregular immigrants. It matters whether a Ukrainian goes to Poland working irregularly and can go back anytime within 10, 12 hours by car or bus, or whether you come from a very distant country where kind of commuting isn't possible. We also noticed this very high response rate to regularization programs. We don't have them in Europe any longer, but it demonstrates that people are not irregular by choice. They don't want to be irregular. They take any possibility to regularize their status. And also suggest this would be the most straightforward way to eradicate irregular migration, grant a status, amnesties, regularization, that works fairly well. Couple of dimensions, the economics of irregular migration. Surprisingly, economists looking at it from a purely economic perspective are largely positive of irregular migration because it adds flexibility to the labor market. You have very flexible workers going to where the labor is needed, doing the jobs that is needed. It's not necessarily low paid, dirty work. There is a significant proportion amongst the irregular immigrant populations in well-paid jobs, in highly skilled professions. In the UK, we found 25% of the irregular immigrant workers are professionals, paid professional salaries, so they even easily go back home at the end of the month with £2,500 to £3,000 in their pocket. So we also find this. It enabled the survival of otherwise uneconomic businesses because employing irregular immigrants is cheaper, is easier, less bureaucracy, less paperwork. You don't need all these accountants and personnel staff doing the paperwork. So for the business, they save also on that side. It's not only the lower salaries. It also enables to offer goods and services to the lower classes, the lower middle classes, for instance, who otherwise would not be able to afford a domestic worker, a carer, a cleaner, or whatever. If it's irregular, it's cheaper, you can afford. And then it frees the indigenous people, mostly women, from housework, so they can go and enter the labor market. So more people enter the labor market because of that. And then it enables quick labor market adjustment to this ever-changing economic trends. So for these reasons, economists are actually more positive. Socially, it's a totally different matter because irregular immigrants are excluded from most of the social and legal institutions, health, education, justice, protection by the police, legal remedies is not easily accessible, if at all. So there is a kind of shadow society with its own rules and conditions. Exploitation, profiteering are typical issues here. The aim is very often to deter irregular immigrants, but we found in our research very often it doesn't really work very well. There isn't much of a deterrent effect. People put up with conditions, and the most powerful argument I ever got in an interview many years ago by a Ukrainian in the UK saying, it's still better to be illegal in the UK than being a legal worker in my own country. And if you compare where people come from and where people stay under conditions of irregularity, it's often that. That's why people put up with conditions of irregularity, and that's why they are not deterred from this status. Denial of access to social services is kind of a punishment, extra legal punishment, because there is not that kind of a punishment foreseen in civil or criminal law. How I'm doing in terms of time? I'm not going too much into the normative dimension. There is EU law defining irregular migration. The Return Directive is very important, but the EU Fundamental Rights Agency is also clarifying and confirming legal limbo should be avoided, and therefore we had consecutive regularization programs in many member states, not for the past 10 years, except in Ireland recently. 4.5 million people minimum have been regularized in the EU over the past 20, 30 years. So that's a significant number. And every time that brought down in the statistics the number of irregular immigrants, and that shows nicely that this is a policy that can work. It is not that irregular immigrants have no rights. Here is a whole list of rights, and don't ask me to spell out the abbreviations. I can't remember. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, European Convention on Human Rights, European Social Charter, then the various ILO elements. So all human rights also apply to irregular immigrants. Various labor rights apply to irregular immigrants. The protection of the child always outrules sort of immigration rules. And there is a whole lot of other issues here. And the sort of key question here is whether or not there should be a firewall, as it is called, between service providers on the one hand and the reporting obligations to authorities, immigration enforcement on the other hand. And that's constantly changing and constantly contested in all the countries, really. And now a few words about explaining irregular migration. On the micro level, I'd say we have a whole list of asymmetries here. On the one hand, there is demand for labor and supply for labor, and very often the asymmetry is that the demand for labor is much higher than what is legally possible. The employers want 1 million workers, and the law is setting a quota and so we only allow 30,000 sort of domestic worker or agricultural worker visa. So there is a huge asymmetry. And then the answer normally is irregular labor migration. There is the asymmetry between the economic forces, but also individual aspirations and institutional goals. People want to migrate. The institutional goals are, we don't want people to migrate. So there is a clash of interest. Then in the world of forced migration, there is this asymmetry between the individual perception of asylum. I feel persecuted in my own country, but the institutional perception is, oh, your country is a safe country. There is no case of persecution here. So there's another important asymmetry. And then we have the asymmetry between flexible lives in the mobile world, the mobile turn, and inflexible migration regimes who are just not able to deal with people's changing life circumstances. like the transition from a student to a worker, from asylum seeker to a worker, or whatever, the legal system is often not geared up and not accepting this kind of flexibility. And then we have the symmetry, of course, between the free flow of goods on the one hand, but the restricted flow of people. That's sort of the globalization paradox. And this is also undermining the ethics of this kind of control. So why are goods allowed to flow freely and people are not, is one of the questions raised here. On the macro level, it's becoming a bit more complicated, because I was wondering, why did irregular migration on a large scale only emerge during the second half of the 20th century? We didn't really have it before. And if you look at sort of the development of our society, there is this notion of social transformation from solid to fluid modernity. And for the purpose of explaining migration, I find this very helpful. If you look at solid modernity, what was that? Industrialization in the global north, mass production, lifelong employment, strong nation states, clearly demarcated citizenship regimes, sort of huge bureaucracies. We had the welfare state, consumption, mass organizations in terms of political parties and trade unions. We had the Cold War with the Iron Curtain dividing the world. And now look how it has changed in the process of fluid modernity. We have hugely imbalanced population dynamics, sort of useful and shrinking populations on the one hand, useful and growing populations on the one hand, shrinking and aging populations on the other hand. We have deindustrialization in the global north, of course, industrialization in the global south. We have the privatization of state industries with a whole range of implications, the rise of the service sector, the IT revolution, the fall of the Iron Curtain, which facilitates migration, and the phenomenon of globalization. We now have mass unemployment in the global north, women's employment, and the rise of flexible and insecure work, deregularization of welfare guarantees, new membership regimes. So we don't only have citizenship, we have denizenship, we have transnational membership and all that. And as a result, individualization, risk biographies, precariousness. We talk about the global turn. We didn't get, as many claimed, a borderless world. We rather get new borders, digital borders, new surveillance technologies. So the nation states are catching up with globalization, with the loss of control. And because of this sort of social transformation, that produces lags and tensions between the various consequences, and irregular migration is one consequence of that. Time? I should come to an end.
Yes.
Then we may have some questions.
Yes, I have a whole range of slides on the discourses, suggesting a reframing theory of change here. We can talk about that if you like, and policy implications. I've implied quite some of that. So what can be done about irregularity, amnesties, introducing more legal migration channels, redirecting immigration control funds towards development aid, continuing political integration. So immediately a country becomes a member of a political union like the EU, migration becomes irregular. There is no more illegal migration from Poland to Germany, and that was it was a massive flow. Freedom of movement is another sort of suggestion here, maybe too extreme for some, but it's on the agenda. And to conclude, I always sort of insist that migration as such is an inherent element of human history, of culture and progress. So that migration, that is us, this is human beings. We have two legs, we want to walk, we are curious, we go to different places. But the present social and political constitution of our societies, which is the nation state, is very ill-equipped to deal with the mobile term and with mobile populations. We really struggle to accommodate mobile people within the idea of the boundaries of the nation state, and that's why we have irregular migration. As I've said before, put into perspective, irregular migration numerically is a minor phenomenon. It's just less than 1% of the total population. In absolute terms, it's a major social problem, and it's a disaster for the individual if you are excluded from all these social services. I believe irregular migration illustrates very well some of the ills and failures of our society, and the partial exclusion of mobile populations represents a major injustice at the beginning of the 21st century. And instead, a sustainable migration policies approach, which would be based on the integration of all stakeholders around the table, reaching consensus principles could be a solution here, which is what's to be discussed. So thank you very much. Hugely complex, I acknowledge, and I have a lot more to say.
Thank you very much, Frank. You nicely framed this phenomena, in fact, referring to causes and consequences of the irregular migration, plus the dynamics and mechanisms, how it operates, and how our societies and the political structure affected, and those affect also the type of migratory flows. We have, I think, 5-10 minutes probably to take some questions. This applies to also our colleagues online. They can write to the chat part, then we can read and Frank can react on that. And of course, our audience here too, if you have any questions or comments on that. Just I'd like to remind that I don't want policing, but we have only 10 minutes, so please keep your questions a bit short and direct if you have. I mean, just to open the discussion, maybe just I will ask one single question. A bit, you also develop a little historical perspective and argue that this phenomena, even the concept, developed in the second half of the 20th century, and you referred also in your conclusion, which will affect also 21st century. Can I ask a kind of very direct question? How you see the, let me put quote unquote, future of irregular migration in the 21st century, in terms of its volume or the policies, etc. So if this became a kind of real event in the second half of the 20th century, what we may expect in the 21st century, what could be the main points we can pay attention in terms of irregularities? This is the first thing. Then I like to ask also, time to time, there are overlapping areas of the asylum refugee issues together with the irregular migration. Policymakers time to time, of course, they like to make big distinction between what's irregular migration, what is refugee flows, but when we think about the mixed flows, often the refugees and the quote-unquote irregular migrants, they cross the border together, etc. So this phenomenon, taking these two different things together, what it implies for our scholarly research, but also for the policy aspect. These are probably two general questions, but I will stop here. Then maybe we can collect the questions. Let me start.
If it is okay, thank you very much, Professor Gürel, for this talk. So I have a follow-up question. You say that in the second half of the 20th century, refugees started to emerge. Just to provocate approach or realist approach, because now that the recognize anyone as a refugee. It was because there was no refugee, or it was because there was no slot at low level to recognize them as refugee. So, you know what I mean? So if we accept this constructivist approach as a case, then we could say that they had been refugees, but they hadn't been recognized as refugees. Is my question clear?
No,
Okay.
I still try to.
No, I asked about refugees.
Yes, I noticed that.
I can ask the question and add to your point. I'll give you a very much, in fact, I have two points that very much talk to the 2 points that have been mentioned earlier. I think a very funny example that we often use in Jordan is that Iraqis who arrived in Jordan since the 90s until 2006, with all the flows of refugees, that there were almost 1 million in the country, 750,000. The state insisted in calling them guests. So I believe this is what you're alluding at. It's this idea of labeling and how the labeling, again, you did bring it up in your talk. So the labeling and the effect of labeling on what we really want to talk to when we are talking to policymakers, what do we really want to recommend? And my question builds on Professor Ahmed's comment is how this idea of irregular migrants, again, whether it is guests from my Arab Middle East, I'm thinking of the word stateless. By the way, we're often using the word stateless for Palestinians who arrived from Gaza and who have not been given the legal status anywhere, except for very short, limited travel documents. So the question is, how do we deal with this, on one hand, securitization of these irregular migrants and criminalization, which is something that you did bring up, and this is what we're living today. In my point of view, that has been, you just hit the nail when you said it's the strong nation that's being even stronger and stronger. And that's it.
Thank you. Can we get 2 questions actually? Yes, I'll add the Damla.
Thank you very much for your critical. I would be interested to see that you said that you have another slide on the other discourses. If we have time, I would be very interested.
Damla.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask about firewalls, because it's very much discussed nowadays in discussion on irregular migration. Can you expand a bit on the firewall, whether it's being used in examples and about waiting rights when it comes to like governing irregular migration?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Five big questions. I see 2 conflicting trends, and I can't really reconcile them. There is sort of discrete attempts made. Well, no, it's difficult. There are 2 conflicting trends, but there are different trends in different countries at different times. So the overall picture is very, very complex. One trend is, I think, acknowledging the benefits of mobility and migration and introducing here and there more and easier access to legal migration. A very good example I always use is the decriminalization of Albanian migration to Greece, which brought down the numbers by 80%. Suddenly, illegal immigrants disappeared from the Greek immigration statistics like 15 years ago because Albanian migration was decriminalized. Of course, political integration like of Poland, Romania, Bulgaria to the EU had the same effect. The Western Balkan regulation in Europe legalized much of the Albanian, Serbian, Bosnian, whatever migration. And we have lots of these examples, but we also see the opposite. We see that the bar is raised, that the sort of conditions are raised, that it gets more difficult to get a visa, illegal migration status. And this seems like a pendulum which is constantly swinging from one side to the other. So it's impossible to comment on the future of the legal regulation of migration. I would have hoped that in 50 or 70 years, by the next millennium, one could overcome the anxiety about migration and find a way on the basis of sustainable migration management and a consensual process involving the sending context, the receiving context, the families, the employers, the individuals, have all the stakeholders and their interests around the table and negotiate a kind of managed mobility which satisfies at least more people than it does today. I didn't really talk about the category of refugees, and I'm not going to do that now. That's another talk of an hour probably, but that's again very much a category of the 20th century. It didn't really exist before, although I always argue that the Bible is the first refugee convention, and probably, and I really don't know that the Quran as well. So the basics of acknowledging forced migration and accommodating them and hosting them is a 2,000-3,000 years old idea of human beings dealing with this kind of phenomenon. And I think we should maybe consider a little more the importance of these very old documents.
Frank, can I tweet this?
No, no. No, you can, of course. No, please tweet that.
On the Bible only.
On the Bible only.
No, both, really both. We had a nice presentation at the Refugee Integration Conference in November here in Istanbul by a colleague from Qatar who was sort of spelling out the relevant parts of the Quran, not of the Bible. There's a whole book on the ethics of migration in the Bible, and this is extremely interesting. The labeling issue and the issue of guests, I find this very inspiring and constructive to think about that, because there is such a strong notion of the very Western Eurocentric concept of a rights-based approach, which sounds convincing on paper, but is failing on the ground. And because of this failure, it puts into question this very rational approach, whereby the culturally, religiously, and emotionally inspired concept of a guest, I think, has been kind of discredited in a certain way. And I would like to bring back a more humane notion of the treatment of migrants and refugees. And therefore, I'm not as critical as many of my colleagues when it comes to the notion of guests. There are weaknesses. It's not enshrined in law. It's not something that you can claim in court. So it's a very, normatively, it's very soft, but morally, it's very strong. And the other notion of the rights-based approach is normatively very strong, and de facto, what do they do to the refugees on the Greek islands in the name of a rights-based approach? This is beyond description. So I'm losing hope, to be honest, of this so-called rights-based approach, and I would promote being more open to non-European, non-Western sort of thinking to revive and reintroduce a more compassionate approach. And if you want to,
Frank, only 2 minutes. Can you?
I
do it?
manage.
Okay, thank
2
you.
minutes,
Thank
I
you.
manage. I'm not going to show the slides on the discourses, I'm afraid. There simply isn't the time. The firewall means that by law, there is a commitment or an obligation to report unlawful behavior to law enforcement authorities. In practice, that means if a school administrator or a teacher or a doctor or a nurse in his professional position recognizes that a client or a customer is irregular, the person needs to be reported to the authorities. And that puts into question the obligation to provide certain services, education to children, protection to victims of crime, accommodation to the homeless, and so on and so forth. And the firewall is a regulation that prohibits this reporting from the service provider to the law enforcement agency. And this has been contested for decades and decades in the various European countries, and it's constantly changing. We had this legal obligation to report irregular immigrants to the authorities in Germany by the health sector and by the education sector, and that's been abolished. So there is a firewall now, there is no more reporting obligations. It went exactly the other way around in Spain, as far as I know, and certainly in the Netherlands. So it's constantly changing, and you need to look at every individual case. And it's a topic in the national civil society campaigning efforts to challenge these reporting obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. We really appreciate your contribution. Just to save the time, but I can just see that the card you are there. Can you hear us? We had the opening small session for opening. You were not there at that time, but probably now I will give the floor to you for 5 minutes. I mean, just Ricard, as I said, that Ricard Zapata of the University of Pompeu, Fabra, he's the person leading this, our network. So what we are doing actually I should say in his leadership. Ricard, floor is yours, just to say a few words for our colleagues here around.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to change the sound.
Okay, can you listen me?
Just
Yes,
listen me?
perfectly. Yes.
Okay. Then first of all, apologize because you must. I think you must be informed that I am in New York, and when I saw it was 2 o'clock, then for me 2 o'clock was 8 morning and not 7 morning, and because there is a 1 hour difference with Istanbul. I'm really sorry for that, because when I was informed about that, I was in the subway, because I am in Brooklyn, and then I have to go to Manhattan in the 5th Avenue for my office. In any case, I am here. I am very pleased to frame this national, what we call national workshop, which is a part of a series of workshops that we have had during this last 3 years. This national workshop is the last one. We began I don't know if it is in the right order, but in any case, we have had a national workshop in Belgium, in Portugal, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in France, and today in Turkey. The basic purpose of this Jean Monnet network was to have the opportunity among colleagues that have a common interest in framing Mediterranean migration and then to identify through different seminars and activities and the national workshop among other activities to frame what we call Mediterranean migration research and policy agenda. This is very broad, of course, but the main purpose of all of us was not to identify really what is important today when we speak about Mediterranean migration and taking basically this is maybe one of the features that is common to us, the Mediterranean as a category of analysis. This is something that we are, I will say, fighting together, taking into account that there are so many studies that have the context of Mediterranean, but there is not a reflection, a direct reflection about the Mediterranean as a geographical area where things are happening. The Mediterranean it's an area where three continents meet. This is unique in the world. Three continents meet through the Mediterranean, and it is here that many debates on migration happens from a global point of view. I would say even that the Mediterranean framed the global agenda in one way or another. I will not go on this direction because I think this is not what you expect from me now. But in any case, this was one of the backgrounds and interest to be together and to work together toward this direction. Of course, this Jean Monnet has several other objectives. I will highlight maybe three of them, which are the objective that we try to implement through the national workshops. And this one fit perfectly toward these three objectives. The first one, of course, is to incorporate an issue that is of a research and policy concern today. And just the few words that I have listened from, apologize to Frank Duvel also to not be able, but everything is recorded. Then this is the good I will say news. But what I have heard is perfectly fit of that. We have irregular and irregular migration is something that in this moment is a structural issue for all the European states, but I will say also for most and a growing concern for most of the Mediterranean countries in general. In Morocco, Tunisia, irregular migration becomes an issue, a very strong issue, because of the control on the externalization. As a byproduct of externalization, they are discovering that they are countries of migration themselves, but they are not the regulation, they are not the structure. And this is what I have been listening the few words of Frank Duvel, this kind of tension between a structure and agency, which is, as I saw, one of the dimensions of this national workshop. And then I will say this national workshop fit perfectly to this objective of the Jean Monnet, to identify and to speak together about one, I will say, hot issue of Mediterranean migration, and that frame what we may call Mediterranean migration studies today. And it is not an easy way to think about that, of course. And the second one objective is what we call together taking for Chambers, one of the historians of Mediterranean that inspire all of us, is the multiple voices, which means that there is not just one way to to problematize Mediterranean migration. And sometimes what we see as a problem in other countries, it is not such a problem, or there are other problems that we don't see as a problem. This is a way also to go beyond what we call very easily, but very strongly as a background or most of the reflection as a prejudgment is Eurocentrism. We tend to problematize what affects us, what is in our interest. And then from this point of view, this Jean Monnet tried to go beyond that and then to give voice also to other countries and to give also other ways of thinking. For instance, in Morocco, we had, and Morocco was very nice because the national workshop was about the problem of Europeans in Morocco. And then a migration seen from the point of view of Morocco and European and Westerns that are going to Morocco and they are not integrated in one way or another. Then the workshop was completely new for us and was one of the examples that sometimes problems are not unique to Europe, but there are other problems of following this multiple voice approach. And then from this point of view, I think the national workshop today, as I see, fit perfectly to this multiple voice, and there is some kind of working together, at least from this point of view. And also maybe another third objective that fit perfectly to the national workshop, but also to the Jean Monnet, was to promote interaction between the different areas that are interested and are concerned by maybe from different perspective also, but different areas that are concerned about Mediterranean migration. Of course, the academy is one of them, and academy in the broad sense, it's include also students and young scholars that are interested to begin their career within this concern of Mediterranean migration. The area of policymakers, which is also sometimes they are close to academics. Sometimes they are very far. Sometimes they like to bridge and to, but sometimes they put some walls. And then from this point of view, this interaction is not so easy. Even when we speak about irregular migration and this kind of bridging, but also walls between us is very evident, because sometimes we speak and we give voice, academics, to those that have not voices on that, and also we identify some tension that I will say feel accommodate, I would say, the structure and the policy, because we play this role of mirroring and this reflective reflection that we force to do sometimes, and also social organization that are fighting, working on Mediterranean migration and so on and so forth. And then these areas sometimes have, okay, we always say interaction, but we know how difficult is this interaction sometimes, and sometimes this interaction could be only through narrative, but could be also always and sometimes through action also. Relation between researchers and civil society sometimes go beyond narrative and sharing concerns. Most researchers become activists in this case most of the time. And then from this point of view, I think this was also one of the purposes of the Jean Monnet, to promote this kind of interaction between different areas that have common concern, but maybe different views from that. And then just to finish the Jean Monnet, we are just now ending the 3 years project. We have been doing several activities apart from the national workshops. We have had summer courses, seminars, and also we are now in a process of organizing a symposium in Barcelona in October, where we will have the opportunity to meet each other and with many people from policy and civil society from different countries, and to speak about something that concerns us. It's the role of the cities, of Mediterranean cities. Most of the problems that arise in Mediterranean migration are a city, definitively a city perspective. And then from this point of view, this symposium will be an opportunity to articulate everything on that. And finally, we have also two more things. The last one is that we are all this thought will be opportunity to have a book. We have already a book within the IMISCOE regional series. A book is coming about Mediterranean migration. The title is Mediterranean migration in the Mediterranean. This is a series of regional series of IMISCOE. And we are very pleased to contribute also to the series in IMISCOE, and then this will be also the opportunity to put in a book together not only what we have been working together, but also other colleagues that have also accepted and to be with us. Nothing more to say, just that if you are interested, of course, in EuroMedMig, you are welcome. You can register to receive information. You can go to the website where everything is public, and you can download everything. Even this event will be recorded, and for civil society, but also for promoting debates also and students. I use myself some of the seminars with my students in my teaching, and then from this point of view, this is also one of the purpose of the Romone, to promote training, to promote teaching, and so on and so forth. And nothing more to say. I'm sorry again for being a bit late, 1 hour late, but I will try to be there all the time and participate and learn also among all the colleagues, and thank you for the effort to be there, and thanks for Ahmed and also Birse and other the team that from Istanbul, and nothing more to say. Just to be one of the participants of this national workshop. Thanks again, and apologize again for that. Now I am in my office in the Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, and ready to listen.
Thank you very much, Ricard. You introduced also what we are doing in your EuroMedMig, and also you remind our conference in Barcelona. Hopefully many of us will be there. Given the time pressure, quickly I would like to go to the first roundtable discussion on irregular migration and mobilities at the Mediterranean Basin. First two speakers will be online, and then Dennis Sart is here with us. First speaker is the Shira Maritodo from the Department of Culture, Politics and Society at the University of Turin. Shira, are you there? Oh, okay, you are there.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, just yes, floors is yours. Just giving the time pressure, really. I may say that you have 10 to 12 minutes, then we may have some discussion end of these three presentations. Yes, floors is yours. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the organizers, and also, of course, for this wonderful workshop and for having me. I've also prepared a couple of slides, but it's up to you. If we see that actually it's better to discuss, I can also maybe forward later on to you, or try to share my...
Jerry, can you try again to share your screen?
Now you can try to share the screen. Okay, you.
Okay, not now. Okay, let's see if I can. Otherwise, it's really okay. Maybe now. I hope you can see
yes,
something.
yeah.
Probably
Yes.
not from the beginning. All right. Okay. So just let me try to also put this for me a bit more comfortable, but it's impossible. Yeah. Wait a second. Maybe that way. No. Okay. You can still see the slide, right?
Yes, we can see.
Lovely. All right. So while I was preparing this presentation, I opted to link some of the questions of the workshop. I mean, the question that this workshop aims to address with some data and preliminary reflection that have been issued from the fieldwork I conducted last fall in some villages at the Turkish-Greek border in Edirne province. And actually, while I was a visiting fellow at the MiReKoc Institute. So I would like to share with you 5 reflections. This is my, let's see also if I manage to, yeah, move the slide on, lovely. It's really a couple of reflections which hopefully can also be better discussed together and of course try to stimulate further our common discussion on these issues. The first one, sorry, it's really complicated to move on. Okay, so the first one is related to how actually in the past 3 decades, by the means of militarization of internal and external border of the Schengen area, the EU has attempted to turn the Mediterranean, Middle East, the North Africa, the Mediterranean basins and its territories into its southern buffer zone, or what Donatella Del Sarto has recently analyzed as a borderland, EU borderland. So this approach affirms that borderlands are connected to the European core as they shared rules, practices, but still are beyond it. I mean, are still not fully part, let's say, of this European core. And many countries are, of course, there, not only what we are supposed to be, we might supposed to think, such as Morocco, Turkey, Greece, but also Italy, for instance, where I am. And so this idea of borderlands, of course, is also connected to the fact that this European core somehow is transferring some rules, practices, but in reality, these practices are somehow linked to the European core's economic and security interests. So are fully bounded to the interests of this core, the economic and security interests, that's mostly. But this approach also aimed to transfer EU rules to third states. And at the same time, it has been noticed, especially recently, how actually also third states autonomously can change their approach towards these rules and practices, and especially how the effects of such a change occur and affect the border areas. So this was one of the first aspects and elements that I found in 2021. When I arrived in the area of the Edirne province, and especially, of course, as we will see in a while, those villages that are more close to the MiReKoc River or Evros River, which mark the border, physically, the land border. Why? Because the 2020 Pasakura events actually had marked a kind of real watershed events in how somehow those practices have been, at least officially, let's say, perpetrated and configured by third states, such the case of Turkey. As also Sibel Karadag, which is next speakers as well, has underlined recently, but also as it's starts to be analyzed and addressed, this event has been really a kind of really crucial moment in how somehow Turkey has, for instance, started to open up a kind of started an open border policy, and somehow questioning, or at least putting in question, the idea of being a sort of gatekeepers to maintain refugees, or at least to again try to produce those practices that have been stated or during the 2016 EU-Turkey statement as well. So this first point has been confirmed by interviews with the International Migration Organization officials, but also village headman Muhtar. I have been interviewed during the first part of my fieldwork, and of course this is a first aspect that should be again addressed and perhaps better discussed concerning the effect of this externalization we were also referring in the first part of this workshop of border control, and these practices of condonation or turning blind eye to border crossers, for instance, that are all visible if we conduct research on, especially on that border, as in this sense. So, as time is running, let's move to the second let's say, point or discussion, which I have noted down, which is also, let's say, related to border and all the discussions of the transformation of borders into border zone. And here again, the Edirne province and the villages close to the Edirne, in the villages close to the border, sorry, are really in that respect an important point to open up this discussion. I mean, the first time I arrived in Edirne, just to organize the fieldwork, I was immediately in contact with some activists who, for instance, told me that I was not in the right place, because Edirne was not the same, even though the Pazar Kule is gate, it's really close to the city, you can even walk, of course, there, but I was not in the right place, because they told me you won't find what you are looking for, because, you know, the border area is mostly diffused in these different villages where you should be, where you should go. So again, this idea to trying to see how these practices are there, also, of course, having an impact on the whole zone, and trying to, of course, re-articulate also the border area. And here, of course, some of the villages that I was going there, but we can perhaps discuss later on also in the second round as time is flying. And a third point to show is also that how, I mean, these border zones that then going to be that are going to be established, and also that are going to change and develop during these practices and over the years. Also, how this border zone have been somehow affected by all these policies and practices, policing mobility, strategic engineering of mobility as well, but also how, you know, we are, of course, studying this borders area also has a place where migrants and refugees are stuck, stranded on standby, as Nicolas de Genova has really, in a really recent article, developed this as a concept of a standby, a position of mobility which can be activated or deactivated in a very rapid way, let's say. But at the same time, these borders are also I mean, place of high circulations, of course. So again, coming back from the second point, I mean, you should go to these villages, you should approach this area to see the circulation. So again, this aspect should be taken into account while considering this hyper circulation, where also which are also connected to to forms of course, new actors, humanitarian actors, activists, but also, of course, international humanitarian agencies, and state officials at various levels. I mentioned the Muhtar, but also, of course, provincial officers, the police, different levels that are operated also in the area. And the fourth point is how this, let's say, zones of hyper circulations and which are somehow changing and developing, also how somehow they are affected, even, I mean, also in this case, in the case of Turkey, of course, affected by changes in national and international context, which means, of course, to take into account the various aspects. Of course, first of all, the fact that we are approached the end of the, while I was, for instance, conducting also this fieldwork of the expiry of the 2016 EU-Turkey statement. So in this sense, it's also crucial to consider the political meaning of non-stop circulation in the area following a Turkish state decision not to apprehend migrants except some specific case, or try to be more, let's say, open, producing this, open gate policy. So again, to see what are the implications connected to the internal, to the national, local, domestic level, and of course, the international one. So this, of course, is something that I could observe on the ground, also in interviews, how they officers, for instance, Turkish officers, were also referring to this national level decision, or at least, let's say, behavior which was in place there. But also, and I approach also the last point. I mean, what this can tell us about the changing also in this case of Turkey, so the EU-Turkey, or more in general, migration diplomacy. I mean, then what the international aspect of these changes that we can observe, starting from the very specific from below, I mean, from the borders, can also tell us about, I mean, this also affects whether and how, of course, the migration diplomacy, so the way, of course, state can, use also diplomatic instruments to, relating to migrations. So this was more or less what how I would like also to open, of course, because it's the first intervention of this roundtable. So I hope I was not abusing of the time I had. And I'm also, of course, happy to come back to this point and trying to develop in a more, with more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will get the questions later after hearing these three papers. Now we can move to Ayselin. Ayselin is there. Ayselin, okay. I think you can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, and I'm muted.
The floor is yours. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this roundtable. I hope I can be helpful with some of the research I provide concerning the Mediterranean and also a little bit on Turkey. So I'll try to be very short. Let me make this full screen. Okay. So I don't like to look at statistics at all because they are not always trustable, but I'll try to give you a little bit overview of what the states actually share. And so we might have a kind of idea of what is going on in terms of the, in quote, irregular migration. So we'll focus a little bit on then factors affecting irregular migration. And I would like to mention also the actors and the location and the locations are cities. Maybe Ricard will be interested with this, but I think irregular migration is also an issue of cities. It's sometimes irrespective of all state policies. There are some cities that are not aware of what is going on in their country about irregular migration on asylum seekers, but some cities are like, you know, they are the hubs, they are shaping, they are at some point an attractive point. So maybe we can provide a little bit of city perspective for irregular migration as well. I'm very in the beginning, by the way. So we don't trust numbers, but this is from Frontex. Why I share this picture is actually every year, and you know, these routes and the numbers, they are different, but they usually shift from one another. You know, whenever, for example, there is a visa policy change, you observe that the central Mediterranean route decreases, then Eastern Mediterranean increases. So there is a kind of relation, you know, between how you approach asylum, how you approach visa. They change these numbers. But the real thing is, you know, both in sea crossings and land crossings, despite the pandemic, we see an increase. So the increase is the ones that are apprehended in exit and entry points. But I think Deniz will focus on also, you know, how to interpret actually, how to define irregular migration is something different. We should not classify it, but this is just an overview of from exit points and entry points, the apprehended ones. Okay. So here also we see that it's not only the apprehensions, but the illegal staying is increasing, and Deniz will focus about it. But this is also in Europe, that the detections are not on the borders, but the detections inside Europe are also increasing according to the numbers of 2020. In interpreting numbers, I usually use, for example, you know, Turkey and Greek data together. I make a comparison and check, you know, whatever the Turkish Coast Guard says about the rescue operations, I check the arrivals. So this gives you a more comprehensive, let me say, picture of the potential of people's movement. And actually, you see here that the numbers are usually close to each other. I mean, you apprehend something or rescue, let's say, and then the arrival, the reflection. But only in 2021, the numbers on Greek side is very low when you compare it to the rescued on the Turkish side. I think this is also related. This might be, I don't have evidence-based data for it, but the pushback cases are very much increasing. And so they are not in data, especially on the Greek side. So this is the source that I use, usually the UNHCR. It's not only the asylums, but I also use the Aegean Boat Report and some NGOs data. So they are very much overlapping, and this is where I get those data. Interestingly, the nationalities on this site in Aegean, I mean, maybe Attila Bey might say that these were all the nationalities, but the numbers are increasing, and I'm really, I don't know in some of these countries where they are located in Africa on the map, but I remember like 2 years ago, it was 74 nationalities in Izmir Harmandalı Readmission Center. So we started to receive more and more flows from Africa. There is something going on there, and the route is diverting. It was existing, it's not something new, but we started to see more intense, let me say, people, the mobility from African countries to Turkey. There might be some reasons of maybe visa policy and the role of the facilitators or smugglers. The EU's approach towards Mediterranean, we already know that is very much securitized. If you just go to the official website on irregular migration and EU, you will see that two points are highlighted: return readmission and combating migrant smuggling. You know, and that's very much security driven. And this picture is from Frontex, let me say, report of 2022. You see here that how securitized it is. It's like cross-border crime detection officer, dog handler. I see nothing like, you know, unsecuritized. It's very, very much Coast Guard and the return specialist. It's all actually feeding the, of course, as an EU agency, feeding the EU securitized, let me say, migration policy. There are some more factors, of course. We cannot think in code irregular migration without looking at visa policies, migrant smuggling, border policies, and also the push factors you have on your borders, and even the deportation, you know, because I know, like, from the smugglers, they market some destinations by saying that, for example, if you are apprehended in Libya, your detention and deportation will be very much different than if you are apprehended in Turkey. This is even a topic that is being marketed, you know, and readmission procedures. For example, smuggler says if you are from Eritrea, Eritrea does not have a consulate or embassy in Turkey, so you will be a kind of at some point released, you know, and you can survive in the country and go back to your smuggler again, ask for another chance. So all those policies, or if the country allows asylum application, this is another factor that, again, you are being diverted, or in your decision making, maybe as a migrant, you decide to choose that destination. So we should, there are several factors. I will not go into details of this border management, but you already know that they are very much securitized. This is from Morocco. And even the securitization is happening at individual level. These guys are like citizens, you know, they are in Bulgaria, they are called as like patriots. So like they save their country. Maybe the previous speaker will know about it from Edirne, and from that also, you know, a land border, when you cross to Bulgaria, someone beats you, but you know, you are exposed to violence, and they are called paramilitary groups. I cannot go into the details of if they are officials or if they are really paramilitary groups or like the citizens, but I read several news about it. Like, these people are saying, we save our country against this unwanted migrants, you know. So the actors are several. It's beyond the state now. We have so many actors in this process. This is my visa thing to Morocco. You know, when I was on a plane, they just give me this little piece of paper, and I wrote there, I'm an academic, I will stay in this hotel. My aim is to come to a conference, and I'm in Morocco. The same happens for Moroccan citizens to Turkey. And they are here for 3 months, you know, and then we don't know what happens, whether they remain here. There is something like legal coming, but we don't know what is then happening. And I leave the floor to Deniz afterwards for this topic. And even the visa policies of your neighbor is important. Like, whenever Iran removes a visa to a country, an African country, you start to see more people are coming from there, because Iran is the route, you know, to Turkey. So even if you are good with your consulates and your visa policies, the visa policy of your neighbors are very effective also in determining how people divert in some specific destinations. I will not talk about smugglers, but it's just, I would like to share you one Facebook group that I follow. I hope they will not kick me out. But in this group, it's the people. The migrants themselves are sharing information of these irregular routes and things. Let's try, maybe you see my screen now, and it was here, I think. You see my screen now, the Facebook group?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. For example, this Facebook group is like Adventurers Without Borders. Maybe you know them. But this is the people that they share their route here to the next ones, okay? Followers. So it's not the smugglers, and this group's aim is they are established against smugglers. They say smugglers will cheat you, will take your money, so we'll help you. This is how we offer you, for example, the route, the map, you can follow. There are no controls at the moment, or like there was a video here. You see how people, they share information among each other, you know, which route to follow. For example, they are in the forest. Usually they say, the forest area now is secure, you can follow us. You know, you see that, I mean, if you call it irregular, it's all very much complicated, and it's no longer the traditional means of actors we know in the process. It's the people themselves are all, you know, if you are closing your borders, If you are just not offering asylum, doesn't matter, but people, they share it, they share information, and they find ways to, access safety at some point. So when I go back to my presentation, also, I will not talk a lot, but I would like to mention the rescue operations. We are not familiar with these NGO ship rescue operations in the Aegean. This is mostly happening in Mediterranean. Despite in small number, they are also the actors, because EU has already dropped out this logic of, rescue operations, because they think that it's an attractive thing, unfortunately. But we have some NGO, let me say, ships that are Sea-Watch. Maybe you are all familiar with Open Arms also. Some of them are Spanish, I think. They rescue people, but the main issue is about they rescue people, but they don't know where to embark and find a safe port, because the countries are all rejecting of getting anyone. And they say very interestingly, we would like to pick up asylum seekers. Then your policies are different. Someone's irregular migrant is an asylum seeker. Someone's asylum seeker is not taken as a real refugee. So here, for example, just an example, they remain days and days and months in the sea, like this was with Open Arms. They waited almost 20 days, and there were 27 unaccompanied children in the ship. The main issue was who is gonna get this 160 migrant, and it was only Portuguese, Germany. I mean, the negotiations were like days, and then they agreed 5. I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna take 10. And that was how it is resolved. Also, maybe you remember Captain Carol Rocket, that was by Salvini, declared as a pirate ship and a migrant smuggler, because, she just embarked Italy, Lampedusa, I think, despite Salvini said, no, you can't, and then she rescued people. She was, I think, for a short while detained, but then she was released. And the last point is, not to take more time for Dennis, is the cities. I think we need to look at, like, some cities, they provide at some point infrastructure, the habitat, the living habitat, because irregular migration is not happening as quickly. You find yourself in a city where there is existence of informal economy networks, and you can survive there while you save some more money, such as in Izmir. It might be somewhere transit, or sometimes because of the policies, you might get stranded. I will not call Edirne in such respect. Edirne is different from this one, but it's Karachi, Istanbul, Port of Bosos or Nairobi. All those cities are actually habitat where you have unanimity at some point, not all of them, but also established patterns of corruption. So you are a kind of becoming a part of those cities with your irregularity, and then that might be also giving you a chance to further your mobility. And this transit thing is a period thing. It might be years, we don't know, like it might be even like 10 years, and then you decide, move further. But also I think this requires further attention and a study concerning this irregularity and the city's role in this irregularity. I just stop here because I don't have more time, but I think I could highlight some key points for our roundtable. Thank you very much.
Aysen, thank you very much. I mean, you have given quite comprehensive picture of what's going on around Turkey. Also, you referred to some different concepts and interesting cases. Thank you, and we will have some part actually for the question and answer session. Now I'd like to give the floor to Deniz Sert from the Department of International Relations, Özyeğin University. Okay, just Deniz, you are here.
Hi everyone. It is rather difficult to talk actually after Frank and Ayselin. Yesterday with Ayselin we had a talk on the phone. We actually try. We try to share what we were going to say today. Let me start by boring you with numbers to give you a general trend of migration in the EU. Based on the figures published by the Eurostat, as of 2020, there were an estimated 1.9 million immigrants entering to the EU from non-EU countries, and about 1 million people left the EU to a country outside of the EU. And as of 1 January 2021, there are around 23.7 million people, which is like 5% of the total population of the EU, living in the EU as non-EU citizens. So why am I giving these numbers? Well, when we look at the data provided by EU's Border and Migration Management Agency, Frontex, irregular migration to the EU in total from all routes, including the Mediterranean, is around 125,000, as also shared by ICEN. So we have to ask, as Frank also mentioned, is it a big deal? Not really. Is it a big deal in Turkey, or do we get the whole picture in Turkey? Let's focus on these two questions. Frank already gave us a very more varied version of the definition of irregular migration. But as you know, based on the definition of the IOM, it is movement that takes place outside the regulatory norms of the sending, transit, and receiving country. Most of the time, my students find the term very sterile. They're like, what do you mean by regular? And basically, we're talking about migration that cannot be regularized by the state. So I will focus on these three major categories. As I said, Frank had a more varied version. I mean, the first category is he or she may enter the country irregularly, for instance, with false documents or without crossing an official border crossing. This category is what we usually focus on as academics when we are studying irregular migration, and Chiara's research that earlier in this panel is a typical example. Thus, remembering the question that Birja sent us before this presentation, before this panel, how do borders and smuggling situate positions in irregular migration studies, we can say that the former is dominant in our discussion of irregular migration. I mean, these border crosses. This group of people, unless they are apprehended, are never getting into the statistics. But for example, as President Erdogan mentioned last year, and it was widely shared by the newspapers, there are more than 300,000 Afghans in Turkey. By the way, we with Sibel, we think that this number is much higher, but this statistic is not published anywhere. But if you Google, President Erdogan said it last year. So the second category is he or she may reside in the country irregularly, for instance, in violation of the terms of entry visa or residence permit. Through the analysis of annual risk analysis reports between 2015 and 2020 published by Frontex, Hansen and Patterson show that visa overstay is routinely left out of the agency's security concerns of irregular migration, thus rendering the risk assessments asymmetrically occupied with irregular migration by means of illegal entry. Although visa overstaters are not conceptualized as threats to security in discourse on par with other categories of irregular migration, ICEN also stated that irregular entry is a highly securitized issue in Europe. They find that they are increasingly subjected to a rationale of surveillance and risk as well. So we shouldn't really forget that category of visa overstayers. I think the same argument also holds for Turkey. But we unfortunately have no information about visa overstayers in the country. I mean, this is not publicly shared statistical information. I'm not even sure. I mean, I'm not even sure if they have that data. So the third category is he or she may be employed in the country irregularly. For instance, he or she may have the right to reside, but not to take up employment permits in the country. I think this category is very interesting, especially for the Turkish case, because when you look at the numbers, in Turkey, there are more than 1 million people residing with short-term residence permits. Usually, short-term residence permit has different categories. You might come here for health reasons and extend your stay over 90 days, or you might be here to learn a new language. I mean, there might be many reasons how you can get this. These people are regarded by the Presidency of Migration, formerly known as the Director General of Migration, as regular migrants. Yet I argue that most of them are working in the informal economy without work permits. The number of work permits, if you look at the statistics of the Labor Ministry, that were issued in 2020 was about 120,000, mostly dominated by Syrians. So I think this is a relevant question for the next panel, where we are discussing agency and structure, because all these people, although they are considered as regular migrants, are in fact irregular. And it gives us the question of whether we understand irregular migration in Turkey from this holistic perspective. Well, as you know, there are different ways of measuring irregular migration. Stock indicators are applications for regularization or voluntary return programs. We don't have any information about that in Turkey. Implementation of forced returns, this information is also not shared widely. I mean, we know that deportations, for example, has increased, especially after the pandemic, to Afghanistan, but this is not widely shared information either. Detection of irregular stay in the country, as I said, again, we don't have much information about that. Or sanctions incurred by employers of undocumented migrants. This is totally out of question because, almost 1/3 of the country's economy is irregular. The flow indicators are border apprehensions or refusals of entry into a country. Again, we don't know much about the second category, but the first, only the first. Among all these different means of measurement, in Turkey, we only have information about apprehensions. This is how we are basically measuring irregular migration in Turkey, and the numbers seem to be quite low. I also want to open a parenthesis here, which is quite relevant to the discussion that we have, the references that we have towards visas. When we look at the top 5 nationalities of apprehended migrants in Turkey, by the way, this data is by the Presidency of Migration. I gave a more varied picture, but I only looked at the top 5. These countries are Afghanistan, Syria, Pakistan, Palestine, and Bangladesh. And I checked this morning the passport index. I don't know, I'm obsessed with it. These countries are also among those countries with the worst passports in the world. I mean, which are, when ranked from worst to better, Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen, Palestine, and Bangladesh. So an Afghan with a passport, let's assume that he has an access to a passport, can go to 4 countries visa-free. And these countries are Dominica, Haiti, St. Vincent, and Grenadines. So imagine the route. I mean, almost impossible. A German citizen, by the way, with a passport can visit 121 countries visa-free, Frank being the lucky one in the room. A citizen of Turkey, if you're interested, can visit 64. So if we want to stop people dying on the route, yeah, green passport doesn't count. Don't make me jealous. If we want to stop dying, stop people dying on the route, by the way, again, on a parentheses, since 2014, almost 50,000 people are missing along the route based on the IOM's Missing Migrants project. We need to rethink about this inequality of mobility. I mean, we have to talk about irregular migration from a different perspective. Recently, there are more and more research done in Turkey in migration studies. I mean, when I was working at MiReKoc with Biriz and Ahmet Hoca, it was almost impossible to collect this many people around the room to talk about international migration. It was not really a very popular topic. But recently, especially with last sentence. We are
No,
Hocam ya.
come on.
Yeah, come on. But especially with the presence of Syrians, there are more and more research done in migration studies. In a recent study, which is forthcoming next year, analyzing more than 250 publications on the Balkan route, Sirikic found that even those studies who locate themselves under the so-called critical migration studies do not seem to have the potential for an innovative, radical, new, and critical inquiry as proposed by Benzin and/or the Genova in 2016. And Sirikic also argued, following Foucault, we have to turn our gaze more to geopolitical sources of power with a more anti-categorical approach. I think this is also what we need to do when it comes to irregular migration. Most of the time, what we are seeing within our discussions with the policymakers, they are thinking like irregular migration is a different topic, asylum is a different topic, regular migration and visa policies are totally different topics. In one of our roundtables, a commissioner from the EU has told us visa has nothing to do with irregular migration or asylum. But in fact, if you are an LGBT person from Iran, I mean, if you are basically under the threat of police, police getting you, what do? I mean, you just take on a train from Tehran and end up in Kayseri and seek asylum. It is very easy for you because there are no visa requirements. So we have to have this more anti-categorical approach. Instead of, by the way, providing information on the vulnerable populations to the power holders, because this seems to be what we have been doing as academics, we also need to study those institutions where migration policies are developed, unpacking behind the door mechanisms of policymaking. In a recent study by Göçer and Şenlua, they looked at the theses written in Turkey on migration studies. They find that studies also lack self-reflexivity. So thus, not only that we need to focus more on the institutions of power, but as researchers, we need to be also more, we need to be more self-reflexive in our research about our positions. And finally, I know we have time constraints, so I'll cut it short. And finally, we may think of giving voice to migrants themselves. I mean, I know this is a very controversial issue, but a good example can be Sarah Nimfur's and Buba Sesai's paper entitled Lost in Limbo, Moving Contours and Practices of Settlements of Non-Deportable Refugees in the Mediterranean Area. This paper is interesting because it received the Linus Penning's Best Paper Award in 2018 during the UNESCO conference, which is, by the way, later published, and it is open access in the journal Comparative Migration Studies. The paper is interesting because Buba was an irregular migrant from Sierra Leone who lived 3 years in Malta with a notice of deportation. And and at the end, he became one of the co-authors because Sarah thought that he was contributing as much as she did into the paper. But to finish with an ironic note, he could not join the award ceremony in the MiMisco because he could not get out of Italy at that time, being stuck as an irregular migrant. But at least he made it from Malta to Italy through marriage and partnership visas. So I'll end here, but I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Deniz. We heard these innovative talks from Shira, Ayselin, and Deniz. Now, I'd like to open the floors for questions and remarks to these three scholars. Any? Okay, sure. Okay, Aisha.
Yes, I have a few comments, more like a comment and a question to Ayselin. Ayselin, hello. I don't know if you can see me, maybe not.
No,
yeah, okay, great.
Yes, I see you. Hi, Aisha.
So it was very telling when you show these videos, people showing the way, like this is how we cross the border. This is quite a kind of, to me, like anti all the discourse about smuggling and like securitization of migration. But there's also the other side of the coin, right? These videos have been circulated, for instance, on Twitter, right? This is how our country has been invaded. Look at these migrants, they are entering, they are making the video like shamelessly, and this is something we need to stop. Like there was this sort of the two edges, or two sides of the coin, if you want to put it this way, which was working almost like to the opposite purposes. I think this is very telling that if we open up the discussion this way, this was just very striking for me. That's why I want to point out. But thank you very much to all three of the presentations. They were very, very informative for me.
Thank you. Maybe we can collect some questions, then I will give the floor to the speakers. Prem?
Yes, thanks. I have a kind of question type comments applying to all three cases, but mostly to Ayselin. because I stumbled about the concept of refugee rescue by the Turkish Coast Guard, and that made me wondering how we are going to conceptualize Turkey's migration policy. When I look at the empirical data, it seems to me that 90% of all the Turkey-Greece crossings are prevented by the Turkish Coast Guard. Only 10% somehow arrive in Greece. And it's going back at least to 2014 that the Turkish Coast Guard likes to frame this as a rescue operation. I actually talked to one of the Coast Guard commanders. He had many stars on his shoulders, 3, I think. And he was quite funnily saying, oh, we like to call it rescue. And then obviously suggested that he doesn't really believe in what he's doing. And we focus so much on the EU pushback that we shouldn't forget that many of these operations, I argue, are pullbacks. They have this very same aim to prevent some type of migration for whatever reason. And one is called rescue, the other one is called securitization.
This is my topic, friends.
And I think we need to sort of critically interrogate the narratives from the two sides of the border, the EU side of the border, the Turkish side of the border. I get some thumbs up here, so I leave the rest of the argument to you.
No, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we can continue from my left, actually. Yes, please.
Thank you for all presentations. All of them were really very interesting to me. Okay. My question is to Ayselin and Chiara. You already talked about the smuggling issues, but you don't make a little bit less elaboration. It will be really very great if you make much more elaboration about the human smugglers. Because as we made research decades ago, years ago, there were some sort of social networks on the borders. But from now on, they are really digitalized. And as you show us, there are lots of open access on the Facebook and on different social media networks. So how are the human smugglers changed with regarding to the pandemic conditions, and what is the classical smuggler for now on? How can you define it from your fieldwork research?
Thank you. We can collect some more. Maybe I can continue.
Thank you very much to all speakers. I have a general question. Sometimes we hear the word transit to transit migration when we talk about irregular migration. What would you think about this word transit migration? Do you think it captures reality, or do you find it vague? If anyone has a comment on it, any of the speakers, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Finally, from
I also thank all the panelists here. It was a very informative series of presentations and thought-provoking. I really appreciate it. And listening to different views on migration management and the future of migration management, the question that comes to my mind is whether I actually would like to hear how you take a position on this. We see that the states are turning a blind eye to the violent clashes of the societies when it comes to the irregular migrations, as it was evidenced by the riots in Turkey against the Syrians. And also we see from these presentations that it was the case when Turkey implemented a de facto open border. It was the patriots, I don't know whether they were state officials or the citizens of the country, that were taking the front to fight against this flow of immigrants into new countries. So what we are seeing here seems to me like the states are more and more deploying these passive policies to overlook some of the criminal aspects to manage migration. So I was wondering, what is your take on whether we will be seeing more of these kind of tactics deployed by the states to manage their migration inflows, or whether you will be thinking because we also see that the same tactics are also taken up by the NGOs, defying the rules of the state, and nevertheless embarking on Italy, for instance, rescuing the refugees. So what is your take on that? Where will this go? I would like to hear more about that if you have any thoughts on that.
Thank you. One more question. Ricard, if you like to have a question, just also this is the final question for this round.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess I have time because I was just listening the three presentation and also the debate that is so interesting. And I understand that we are now in the mobility stage, and then in the second round, this will be much more structural and agency relation. And maybe my question is deal with both, but in any case, taking the idea of analyzing irregular from bordering and the border studies, as it is something common to all, and taking into account this dimension, the city dimension of irregular, in terms that cities must manage and maybe have not the capacity of managing irregular or byproduct from the states. Taking the bordering approach, of course, there is a large literature on bordering, bordering processes, and even rebordering processes, which means how states build continuously. This is a continuum activity of borders through regulation, laws, and so on. And this bordering is now happening in the Mediterranean. Also, the Mediterranean becomes a border by itself with regulation, and NGOs fall with outside this legal area and become criminals, become illegals themselves, not only irregulars, but the process of making irregulars is affect also civil society in this moment, and then this is part of my question. Going beyond the individual perspective of irregularity and going also at the meso level, at the civil society. This is one part. The second part at the city level. Then we found how the city, our bordering at the state level affected directly city and migrants relations. This is a fact, and how cities fight against the effect of bordering processes in terms of irregularity, and becomes themselves entities proposing debordering processes, which means try to withdraw what has been constructed by the state in terms of borders. And then this process of debordering at the level of the cities becomes a trend that is important to analyze. And then I would like to know if that makes sense from the one side, just to summarize, the idea that the bordering processes of the state are not only can be analyzed at the individual level, but also the meso level, because bordering is affecting now the job and the task of most humanitarian civil society and on the other hand, how cities could be approached also through this bordering in terms of debordering, which is something that even in bordering studies, it is not so much approach, I would say, in the research. Just to know about what you think about that. this was my two thoughts.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have so many questions. Unfortunately, we have limited period of time, but I will invite the speakers in reverse order here. Start with Dennis. I mean, as much as possible, but within 3 to 4 minutes to each.
As for Ricard's question, I think Ayselin can actually say more about this, but what I would say, not even like city level might be enough. I mean, for example, in the context of Istanbul, I can say that Istanbul municipality has only recently started to focus more on these issues. But when we actually go down to the neighborhood levels, we seem to have more action and activity going on there. So I totally agree. We have to look at this from different levels. With regard to the question, states and NGOs turning a blind eye against violence, I totally agree, but I also agree. I mean, I also argue that this is also true for the international organizations. I mean, when Ankara incidents took place, what did the UNHCR do? What did IRM do? Or when Edirne was taking place, what did they do? They did nothing. I mean, initially, I mean, in the early stages of their presence in Turkey, they were at least doing some kind of awareness level meetings, you know, etc. But now, basically, they are saying exactly what the state is saying, because I mean, think about the UNHCR in Turkey. They have extended their operations so much. They now have a new office in Edirne. They were a small office in Istanbul. Now they have, I think triple or quadruple the people working there. I mean, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing, but at the same time, we know that their presence here is totally dependent on the state. So, I mean, nobody seems to be saying anything. As for the NGOs, it is the same thing. When you talk to people from Assam and when you criticize them that they are not doing anything in terms of awareness or, you know, like human rights, they say, well, we are at this point only trying to keep our space in the humanitarianism title. So when the right context in Turkey arises, we might turn our focus on human rights of migrants, but nobody seems to be there yet. So I mean, I totally agree about the passive policy, but I think it is I mean, done by different actors. About transit, my question about transit migration, it's a very blurred concept for me, because I think it totally depends on the context. And I think Edirne was a great setting to see that, because I went to Edirne, I mean, just out of curiosity. It was not a established methodologically solid research. I mean, I just you know, drove there. And I met a few people. I mean, in fact, if you talk to them, like for example, I mean, an Afghan family was there. They have been settled in Turkey as irregular migrants, but when they had the opportunity, they took the road to Edirne, and suddenly now they are, I mean, if they could cross, they would be transit migrants. So I think it largely depends on the context and maybe the desire to move forward. And I think that desire to move forward is largely depending on the context. About the Coast Guard question, they being actors of pullback, well, humanitarianism also can be an excuse to push and pull, right? Because we already know that, no, for example, Italy, the Coast Guard in Italy, if they locate a boat which is closer to Malta, but it is in international borders, what do? They call the Coast Guard of Malta and they say, you know, for the humanitarian purposes, you should maybe go and collect this water, so that, you know, they get the asylum seekers or irregular migrants rather than Italy. So it is Malta's burden rather than Italy's burden. So this Coast Guard question is also very interesting. That's why I think we have to focus more on these institutions rather than focusing on the vulnerable people. And I will connect this to the question on the videos serving the opposite purpose. I think this is true for everything. I think we are also serving the opposite purpose as well when we are taught, you know, like studying all these irregular migrants, vulnerable groups, because as I said in my presentation, even those critical scholars or those people who are in critical or locate themselves in critical migration studies, at the end, what they are doing is just providing more and more information about vulnerable groups to the power holders. But I mean, like we have to do the opposite. We have to find ways to do the opposite. And as I said, I mean, I totally agree. This is true for video serving the opposite purpose. This is true for academics serving the opposite purpose as well, and I will stop.
Thank you, Dennis. I can move to the Ayselin. Would you like to react?
Okay, thank you. Aishan, thank you for the question. First, let me start with the videos have a controversial impact, I agree. But these videos of, I mean, the untraditional, unconventional way of migrants sharing their roots is a very close groups. They are closed groups and they are not open to public, and they are usually with small groups, and they are not taking place in public, like in forests, things like that. But the other ones are usually not sharing the route or saying that this is where we are now. But I think there is an intentional type of, at the moment, very much politicized issue, intentional type of sharing of like flows, influx, you know, that kind of groups. But it is not the migrants themselves that are sharing for their routes. The Facebook group I shared is a closed one, by the way. But you are right that, you know, if we we can understand that's not something is danger, but for the public it is taken very differently. There was another question about this classical way of smuggling, how it happens. Yes, it is digitalized, but also Ahmet Hoca has a recent article, maybe last year. He also mentioned that, you know, we don't have such like mafia type of big groups, like big international smuggling networks operating here, but it's more small groups, people like they are not smugglers, by the way. For example, they own a shop, but they only once do this, you know, and they take money and they help people. But still, I should say my research shows that it's not very much over social media. Social media is just used for some communication between smuggler and the migrant. If it's taking place between migrant and smuggler, it is still the reference method. Like migrants, they ask their friends and family who is the trustable smuggler, because they don't see them as criminals, okay, like facilitators. So it is still, I can say, more on trust-based, let me say, relation involving many actors, and no one makes a mistake to each other. The watchman, the boatman, the migrant, the commissioner, the big guy, the hotel owner, the driver, no one, they all trusting to each other, and no one gives the name of the other. So it is still that reference method and this trust-built network, as far as I see. Because when I asked in my research, which is not representative, but did you find your smuggler over Facebook or social media? It was very low rate. Okay, people still, they ask to friends, and they use this trusted communication, let me say, networks. Interestingly, they learn, by the way. For example, I have interviewed migrants who bought their own boat, and they know how to use a boat, and they don't actually need smugglers. So they do it by themselves because they learn from each other as well. Concerning the narrative, I don't see any problem with the narrative. Rescue operation is a rescue operation. Pushback is a clear pushback. So when the smuggler says, if you are not in a good situation, call the Turkish Coast Guard when you are in the sea, as Dennis mentioned, like with Libya case, with Malta case, the migrants, they call the Turkish Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard goes and they rescue them. You might interview with one person. I've worked with hundreds of Coast Guard person, and I give trainings to them. I know how they treat people, and this is a really rescue operation. But if you wonder more about the pushbacks, you can read more on Amnesty International reports, and also Legal Central Lesbos has put many pushback cases to Court of Human Rights, and also even the Greek Ombudsman is trying to, maybe they opened it, and let me say, investigation. So Mare Liberum as well, you can check their pushback reports and can learn more about what is the pushback. So we should not call Mare Nostrum the EU rescue operation. it was a rescue operation, or Triton, a rescue operation. I agree narratives are important, but this is my narrative. So how cities fight against debordering, very good question. I have to check it more, Ricard, but what I can say is the state's role there is, I think, very limited, but it has a role. For example, whenever they do operations, like let me say, they call it, fight against smuggling operations, or whenever they do address check, whenever they deport people. Okay, so in that respect, state intervenes. Not all cities, for example, in Izmir or in Istanbul, even as Deniz mentioned, sometimes neighborhood level. Like if you do an operation in Zeytinburnu, you will come across with the reality of the irregularity there. But if you don't do it, then you, at some point, don't intervene, but the habitat is still living there. So controls and operations can be a kind of intervention, like in Van. We know Van is in the eastern part of Turkey.
I said, sorry, I mean, not to not take personal, but it's getting a bit too long. I'm sorry.
Okay, just I finish with only limited role, but as far as I see, this might be with controls and operations, but I have to go much into detail, Ricard. Thank you for putting this question. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, I said. Sorry for this time pressure. Shira, are you there? And could you just briefly also react on these questions selectively, or whatever?
Yeah, I will select. Otherwise, we will never come to an end. So I tried to select, for instance, the first one on smuggling. It's true that there, of course, let's say more online digital ways, but perhaps we can discuss other also later. Or the network of taxi drivers, bus stations, these are all well in places, and it's operating as well, providing, of course, facilities and regulating, for instance, the transfer from Istanbul to these villages. So we can, of course, perhaps discuss furthermore. And again, on the notion of humanitarian actions, interventions, also was mentioned in the last presentation, all this humanitarian machine is also in place, of course, with these big NGOs, international organizations, which are somehow following the various attempts that migrants are operating to try to cross the border, and then are pushed back. And again, then there is this humanitarian machines that comes there with aid, first aid, food, clothes, and so on. So it's a kind of circles that keep on alimenting itself very well, actually. And the last question on bordering, the bordering is, of course, is also, Aishalin says very much there. I would also add perhaps ordering. So bordering, but also ordering migrants, of course, in this respect is perhaps another word that we could develop, discuss, and on ordering, of course, also on state level, local level, city level. But unfortunately, I think I should stop there in order to keep the program going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before going to other session, actually, Attila Toros with us. Attila Toros, many of us know that he's the founder, director of general of the migration management in Turkey. So he has a question. He sent this question to us at the Birce will read it as he's an important policymaker among us. I think that's the question, requires some discussion here.
The comment will follow a question. So no nation state, no regional union, such as the EU, makes an effort to understand each other. No one is talking about the same paradigm either. It was the same in 2015, on March 18, 2016, in Pazarkale in 2019. We have seen that the population, which was defined as refugee in EU documents until they entered the EU, was defined as irregular migrants when they passed on to them. The externalization or remote control of migration perspective of this issue has always stuck things out. Instead of fighting against irregular migration, the approach of fighting against irregular migrants, instead of understanding these others of the EU and EU member states, irregular migrants and refugees who constitute the important branch of the precariat has always been dominated by a security perspective. The approach of seeing neighboring countries as a buffer zone and the approach that sees the fight against irregular migration from a security perspective put things in a deadlock. But none of these could prevent the Mediterranean from turning into a cemetery. Instead of a new perspective and new approaches after 18 March, we saw an approach in which the EU borders were fortified. My question is, when will the EU or EU member states see the issue as it is in their rhetoric, not as in their practices?
Thank you. Actually, this is a quite big question, of course. Maybe, I don't know, any of us, any of you, maybe Deniz, that's.
I'll give a little. Yeah, I mean, I think as Frank mentioned in his opening speech, maybe hopefully in 5 decades, but I doubt it because I always cite this book, Ethics of Immigration by Joseph Cairns, and he gave us, he actually has a paragraph of an American reaction to Jewish migration just before World War II. If you change the rhetoric from Aegean to, I mean, from Atlantic to Aegean, from Jews to Syrian, I mean, nothing has changed. The discourse has been stable since 1930s. So, I mean, I don't know, I can, given the fact that we are all talking about so-called democracies, or we are talking about regimes that need some kind of a legitimacy through elections, and given the fact that the discourse on the people's level cannot be changed, I mean, in the coming 5 or even 10 decades, nothing will be different for us, unfortunately.
Thank you.
It's just a little comment. So when Kara was talking about actors, I was thinking of the importance of us thinking about Barcelona Agreement. You know, when you were giving the example of Malta and Greece, well, I think we really need to stand and look. And again, this talks very much to the question of tourists. It's one question is, do we really need to continue talking about Dublin 2 and the way Dublin 2 has been implemented? Do we really need to keep, especially that we are today talking about the Mediterranean? The Barcelona Agreement did a very major thing in hindering and in this kind of externalization for the refugees. So, and we continue to talk about it, whether we like it or not. So the question about the EU, I believe it's about time for us to relook into this whole policies created by the European countries, not only by one country, to reconsider the Fortress Europe that is unfortunately being. I'm very much pessimistic. I'm talking about Fortress Europe again.
Well, thank you very much for the contributions. Before starting the last session, maybe we can have a kind of 5 minutes tea or water break. Then we will quickly go that. Actually, my concluding remarks will be very short, so still we have time, 1 hour to complete these talks. Yeah, just 5 minutes, then we will start. Sorry.
Okay, I'll start with a very quick introduction to our second roundtable, which focuses on the agency and structured debate. Sibel Karadağ will start first, and she's an assistant professor at Kadir Has University in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, specializing in migration and border studies. Our second presenter is Apostolos Vezis, who is currently the executive director of Intersos in Greece. Prior to that, he worked at the headquarters of the Médecins Sans Frontières, Greece, as medical director. And our third speakers are Uruk El Abed, who's a lead researcher in Jordan and co-investigator at the Center for Lebanese Studies. And her colleague, Mustafa Hoshmand, here is with us. He's the Turkey Country Research Coordinator at the same center. So welcome you all, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, all. It's my special pleasure to be with you, all scholars and experts on the issue. Sorry for my voice. I have been dealing with that flu in the last couple of weeks, and this is the unpleasant result of it. In the second roundtable, I will particularly focus on the political space of the Aegean Sea, which is kind of connected with the first roundtable. But then I will try to enlarge my arguments to the notion of irregularity, both in Turkey and in Europe. Certainly, albeit contextual nuances, these developments that I'm going to mention soon are not isolated from the general conditions of the Central Mediterranean. Since 2015, I have been trying to closely observe the sea border of the Aegean Sea as well as the Evros River, particularly since 2020. In the last 2 years, I extended my research region by incorporating the Evros River as well. And since 2020, I regularly visit and do participant observation in Edirne border villages and around Evros River. In 2015, when the refugee movement hit the European doors, my fieldwork simultaneously started, and with going back and forth until 2018, I was volunteering in search and rescue operations in the northern part of the Greek island of Lesbos called Skala Skamia. So that within these 3 years, I worked with Hellenic Coast Guard and Frontex personnel and had a chance of observing their narratives and practices at daily level. Being part of the rescue NGOs in the Lesbos at that time, I was involved in the practices of spotting, as you can see on the picture of myself, landing, that you can see in other pictures, which means that transferring people on the boat to the port and then conduct first aid. And as you can see, the kitchen of the temporary camp that we run as NGOs, we run the temporary camp in the village, which is the camp that people are put before they are transferred to Moria. And the camp does not exist today. I'm going to talk about that because they burned the camp in 2020 in Skamia. On the Turkish side of the Aegean, I had a chance to conduct interviews that you can see, 84 of interviews, mainly with the Turkish Coast Guard, along the whole way on the Aegean coast, starting from Küçükkuyu to Bodrum. Here you see the list of in-depth interviews that I did until 2018. And then I revisited the field again in 2020. I'm gonna mention in a minute everything, not everything, but most of the picture changed. So as being a scholar, closely observing the circumstances in the Aegean Sea since the year of 2015, I argue that though the 7-year-long process seems not a long period of time per se, it is a very unsteady one that has entailed major turning points and implementations and very antagonistic constellations of engagement between different stakeholders in Turkey and in Greece. In recently published my report that we wrote together with İlker Bahar, we categorized the period since 2015 up until today with 3 different time periods in which we observed different practices and political imaginaries and modus operandi, both done in Greece and Turkey, and a very surprisingly in a very parallel, synchronized way since 2015. And we argue that the years of 2015 and 2017 as the first phase, and second phase post 2018 as the process of more centralization in border governance and surveillance, very high-tech surveillance. And finally, the last phase, starting with the events of Pazarkule in 2020 as the turning point, changing the paradigm substantially in the Aegean Sea as well as in Evros River. In that regard, I will propose three main arguments that are interlinked to one another and that aim to describe the trajectory of the political space in the Aegean Sea and the role of Turkey in particular. Let's keep on the slide for a little bit. My first argument will follow that pattern. I argue that in the years of 2015 and 2017, so the first phase, nourished by the EU-Turkey statement, a series of policies and practices were introduced that were built on two intimately linked rationales: the military surveillance plus humanitarian infrastructure. So border infrastructure, which is quite intertwined with the humanitarian infrastructure. So the first one is transnational security infrastructure aiming to control and monitor migrants heading to Europe. And secondly, humanitarian infrastructure seeking to enhance the livelihood of Syrians residing in Turkey, as well as asylum services and rescue missions for those entering Greece. These security and humanitarian rationales went hand in hand with the political design of the statement and its implementation, especially in this initial phase. This led to, as we all know, rapid multiplication of state and non-state actors, both in Turkey and Greece, namely NGOs, international bodies, state-led institutions, and private volunteers. While the vast majority of these actors were involved in the processes of humanitarian assistance and projects implemented within Turkey, not in the border region, within Turkey, the Greek islands and the Greek mainland as well shared the many private and volunteer actors and non-state actors shared the same habitus with border security actors in the border regions, including myself. As I was part of this big humanitarian umbrella established after 2015 in Lesbos, it was manifestly apparent that there was a moral rhetoric obtained not only by humanitarian actors, but also by border security. So the term of rescue was the discussion that you had in the first roundtable. The term of rescue, whether it is actually an act of rescue operation or simply an act of interception, the Coast Guard and Frontex personnel, Turkish Coast Guard, Hellenic Coast Guard, and Frontex personnel in Greece, they kept saying during all my interviews, during the daily conversations, because I worked with them every day in 3 years, they kept stating that they spent their great labor to rescue operations, which constitute their main purpose on the Aegean Sea. So in my doctoral thesis under Ahmet Hoca, under supervision of Ahmet Hoca, by giving special attention to the geophysicality of the insular nature of the Aegean, that is considerably different from the central Mediterranean, I argued that the main modus operandi in the Aegean Sea is the interception under the name of rescue. What does it mean? So as you would know, there's a bunch of scholarship, including works of Maurice Sturl, Martina Tazioli, Kutita, Heller, and Pezzani, and etc. The modus operandi of the central Mediterranean is narrated as the politics of abandonment and politics of non-action, non-assistance. So this is a very, very well-known, very famous literature in critical border studies. And saying that the modus operandi in the central Mediterranean is based on the actions of border actors who deliberately delay and neglect the rescue operations in the high seas, as well as they do not allow disembarkation in high seas. So due to the proximity of territories in the Aegean, the lower volume of the sea compared to the central Mediterranean, the dispersed and semi-closed nature of the Aegean Sea full of islands, and more importantly, the absence of high seas between northern Greek islands and Turkish coasts due to the proximity. The Aegean Sea has a distinct modus operandi and distinct geophysicality shaping the nature of border governance. That was the main argument of my doctoral research. And in this modus operandi, which I previously called as the politics of interception under the guise of rescue, says that both in Greece and Turkey, border security actors tended to define their very act of interception actualized by different military techniques, such as the act of maneuvering, the act of creating wave, the act of jumping, the act of apparatus of rope. These are listed by Coast Guards to me very openly. So these are the techniques of interception in order to stop the boat on the Aegean Sea, whether it is on the Turkish side or on the Greek side. So as a result of these techniques, border security tries to stop the boat, because as you can imagine, migrants do not tend to stop, right, when they hear the announcement. They want to keep on. Through these military apparatuses, Coast Guards try to stop the boat and then transfer the people into their own speedboats. And after all of these actions, they call the whole process as rescue. What I propose is that this was the previous discussion that I tried to pursue. What I propose here is that until the year of 2020, the discourse of the border security actors, that was mainly shaped by this moral rhetoric. Whatever you do, they try to call it as rescue. So this is, they needed such legitimization. They needed such legitimacy tool of rescue, whatever they do. But I propose that this has changed since 2020. While they were using this moral rhetoric in a way that they combine military and humanitarian rationale together as a kind of intertwined symbiosis, something changed in the year of 2020 with Pazartesi events. While the transnational border infrastructure transformed the political space of the Aegean into a gaze of surveillance with very high-tech equipment, thermal cameras, coastal radar system, high-tech radar system, as well as automated technology spotting the surface of the sea, both in Turkey and Greece. The border actors continued to, as I said, obtain this moral rhetoric before 2020. So this brings me to my second argument. As I said, the year of 2020 is a turning point in the trajectory of this 7-year-long period. When Pazartesi events happened in March 2020, the reaction of Greece, as we all know, has been extremely harsh at its borders. And it was not limited to the Evros region, but also had a huge impact in the Aegean Sea regarding the governance of irregular migration. So the decision of Turkey by announcing that she would open the borders with Greece caused almost a paradigm shift, that I argue, in the governance of irregular migration in the Aegean as well. What happened afterwards is that new asylum applications have been immediately suspended. Greek security forces have employed a plethora of unlawful techniques, ranging from shooting rubber bullets and tear gas to arbitrary detentions and beatings around the Evros River. And this paradigmatic shift of border management, as I said, also spread to the maritime borders in the Aegean, where the local xenophobic and racist discourse reached a peak that we didn't see before as the rescue NGOs living in the island. So it reached a peak and culminated in kind of vandalism and attacks against displaced people as well as humanitarian actors. So in 2020, as previously I said, they burned the camp that we run for 3 years. And then they attacked all NGOs in the island. And then, as you know, Moria, the camp of Moria was burned and a new Moria 2.0 was established in a very closed, highly closed and militaristic infrastructure. And the xenophobic attacks, along with the explicit political pressure of the Greek government through criminalization of humanitarian actors in Lesbos and other islands as well, led to the gradual expulsion of NGOs, international organizations, and volunteers from the region. So right now, since 2020, there is no rescue NGO operating in the Greek island of Lesbos. So there is no civilian witness anymore. There is no civilian witness that can observe, that can estimate, that can reveal what is going on in the border region. Because as we all know, border regions are tacit places, right? From outside, you never know what is going on in the region. You never know. So based on statistics, based on estimated numbers, apprehensions, whatever, you can never know what is really going on at the border region. You have to go there. You have to live there. You have to work with them in order to see the discrepancy between their discourses and real actions. Also, what is happening in reality. So when the civilian witness is not present in the Aegean Sea, the levels of pushbacks have become almost systematic, equipped with the new techniques of expulsion like life rafts. Here, I want to make a small reference to what Frank previously said. This is also part of my argument by saying that until 2020, the role of Turkish Coast Guard was, of course, doing pullback. I call it as act of interception, because of the border security that they have to, right? This is openly stated all the time during our interviews by saying that we are trying to control, we are trying to secure our borders without any necessity of the externalization of EU bodies. This is our job, and we are more capable in doing this than our European counterparts. And so that we have to stop the boats through the apparatuses that they listed: jumping, maneuvering, creating waves, etc. So this was the case before 2020. But what happened is that after 2020, both in the Aegean Sea and around the Evros River, Turkey decided to use a kind of a flexible border security compared to the previous time. And this is what I mean by saying de facto open border policy is that borders on Turkish side, borders are de facto open for the crossings of migrants since 2020. Okay. When you can see here on the slides that the Aegean Boat Report slides, you can see the level of pushbacks in the Aegean in 2020 and also in 2021 in comparison. Around 300 pushback cases, including approximately 10,000 people in 2020, and then doubled in 2021. And this is the percentage of the usage of life rafts as a new technology that we started to see after 2020. Before that, we never saw such a technology of expulsion in the Aegean Sea. But after the expulsion of NGOs from the field, Hellenic Coast Guard and Frontex started to use the life raft as a new technique of expulsion and pushback. And you can see the percentage, the portion of the usage of life rafts, which is one of third, actually. Okay, then this is the picture of life raft. When I revisited the field in the year of 2020, a Turkish Coast Guard member that I know for 3 years, he said that, okay, everything has changed since your last visit in 2018. This refers to the catastrophic consequences of the year of 2020, after which the space of Aegean Sea has become incredibly militarized on the Greek side as de facto open border policy of Turkey, and equipped with the new and more fatal techniques of border enforcement. As events continued after 2020, migrants started to found, as you can see on the picture, started to found drifting in an orange tent-like inflatable life rafts on the Aegean Sea for the first time. Since then, more and more images of migrants in this like tent-like rafts began to circulate around, publicized by the Turkish Coast Guard. So Turkish Coast Guard now is trying to archive all the pushbacks and the photos and videos of life rafts in order to use against the Greek counterparts as the human rights violations. So they have a huge archive right now, and they try to record all violations of human rights happening on the Aegean Sea after they do rescue operation. So I'm gonna just skip some part and then say my final comment. My final comment is that the current circumstances is not similar to the year of 2015 and 2016 anymore. So what started with the worldwide outcry, as we all know, about Alan Kurdi's photo in 2015, right, has resulted today on the 6th anniversary of this statement in a total apathy for the children who are left at sea drifting in life rafts, and the permanence of normalization even of anti-refugee incidences in both Turkey and Greece. And plus total concealment of what is happening at the borders right now because of the lack of any civilian witness. And even more, since again the year of 2020, the border security actors have become the omnipotent authority in the region. As I said, with lack of any non-state actor. And even more, since the official transparent statistics are lacking, as Deniz Hoca said previously, in Turkey, regarding the magnitude of irregularized migrants, the racist discourse can easily find a space to maneuver by provoking and speculating on the topic of irregular migrants, which has turned totally a black hole right now in Turkey. With the increased level of precarization of the society with the economic crisis and the growing anti-refugee discourse in Turkey right now, Turkey has put the policies of delusion and sweep, seyretme ve süpürme, delusion and sweep on the table, again after the summer of 2019, meaning that there is right now, for the last 4 and 5 months, there is a series of practices aiming to decrease the intensity of Syrians in metropolis, as well as the numbers of irregular migrants by increasing level of deportation, particularly Afghans and Pakis. On the other hand, Turkey tacitly allows migrants to cross into Greece. On the other hand, she tries to increase the frequency of deportations and voluntary returns as part of civil policy. What we witness is the irregularization of even regulars. So not irregular migration anymore, irregularization of regulars as the new rule. deactivation of IDs of Syrians as part of delusion policy right now, who do not reside in their city of registration, non-renewal of residence permits, again right now, those who are voluntarily sent to northern Syria, but then come back with canceled IDs, those who are put as security code by the PMM without any legal reasoning, as the lawyers in the field stated many times to me. The list is so long. So what we observe is now in the field right now, the irregularization of regulars, irregularization of those who had legal status by different reasons in different and varied forms. The studies regarding Lebanon say that this is the institutionalized ambiguity, this is the institutionalized arbitrariness and institutionalized non-reporting, right? So this is exactly what's happening in Turkey right now. And also this is a very growing body of literature stating that we are at the edge of a new world order, new hegemony, which is not international refugee system anymore. It is the international temporary architecture happening everywhere, not just in the global south, also in the global north, in which temporality as a large spectrum with varied forms, arbitrariness and irregularization as the new hegemony awaiting in front of us as the new rule. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank very much Ahmed Hocam for the invitation and also Birce for her support. I would really comment on what Ahmed Hocam said before, that in the previous century, there were only few academics dealing with the issue. And I think I'm very happy that I see more and more academics. Plus, also, I would like to thank many of you and other academics have been also my psychologist, because I had to give a lot of interviews and a lot of discussions. So it helped me also to bring that information out and also assist them. But I think one little note on that issue is that this excellent work that's been done from your side on what is going on in different areas related to movement of people. You call them irregular or you call them undocumented. For me, there are people on the move, people stranded, dependent situation. It's important that the voices are being joined. Because most of the time, these have been shared in this room and in a bigger room, but that's remained here. And I think it's very important, for example, when NGOs becomes a first page article about things are probably heard to a certain level, but at the same time are being challenged that NGO has a different agenda. For academics, I think definitely their position would be a bit differently approached, because my mother says you're not a professor, so I've never jumped as a professor, he knows what he says. Yeah, but he's not coming out to say what he says. So I think it's important that this information doesn't remain among the converted people, that goes a bit further than that. Anyway, in order just to gain time on that, I can go ahead. So I just quickly to tell you that I have joined recently another organization. I was working for 12 years for MSF. It's called Intersos. There's 30 years on the front line. And of course, with a big priority working in emergencies and responding to the vulnerable women and children, including, of course, people on the move and migrant refugees and undocumented migrants. So the countries that we are working presently, there are countries of people starting their journey, and also there are countries of people who are their final destination could be. So time to time, we are trying to connect these dots. It's not easy, but we're trying to do. And I think it's a very important part, because when we have to discuss about issues of people, in addition to the academical point of view, we need to ensure also that we are using the proper terms. So if we want to talk about the health of people on the move, or whoever they are, it's a state of complete physical, mental health, and social well-being. It's a definition that did not change since 1948. So health has to be seen in that perspective, and in that perspective, we are approaching all these issues that we discussed later. So it is very important also to see data being presented by UNHCR. There were 100 million people forced to flee. And the question, of course, being shared, are these 100 million people all around forced to flee are the doors of the Europe? No, they are not. So what we've been seeing and what we see at our gate at European Union level, we see detention being used as deterrence. We see the poor reception conditions being used as deterrence. We see externalization of border controls and containment. We see closure of borders, offenses are being built more and more. We see active force and voluntary internal policies being implemented. We see pushbacks, and for me, they're not pushbacks, those are being called kidnapping. Because in addition to people who are creating wave and not allowing them to come, people are arriving on a Greek territory on islands, and people are being taken from this place, put on a life raft, and are being sent back. So for me, it's a pushback / kidnapping. And of course, the admission agreement that has been something as a part of discussion with different countries, and we see it more and more. So now, as a medical doctor, we've been seeing how those policies have been having consequences on the physical and mental health of people, how there's a correlation between substandard living condition and diseases. At the same time, for me, the conditions being in different locations are at the level of torture. And I think in addition to NGOs, it is the European Union itself, the Fundamental Rights Agency, who presents the 5 persistent challenges and fundamental rights concerns, from the strict border management to inadequate living conditions, to restrictive asylum procedures, leaving unaccompanied children vulnerable, and immigration detention. So this is something not said by the NGO. So the reality that we've been seeing, it's reality of Evros, where the borders between Greece and Turkey are going to go to 120 kilometers. The Greek state is saying that even the European Union is not agreeing to give us money to build that distance, we're going to continue with our own money. Secondly, we are seeing, of course, our patients in our clinic in Lesbos have been telling us that 15 times they tried to cross, and 50 times they were pushed back to orange or yellow or whatever color. So this is a reality. The reality of close control centers, started the one with Samos, Kos, Leros, are a reality that for me are Alcatraz in European level. And more, it goes also now on the camps on the mainland. Camps on the mainland were created as an emergency following the close of the border between Greece and North Macedonia. But now these camps have a permanent status, and the walls are being created around so that it will be a close control center from the side of the authorities. And of course, you probably have been seeing, all of you, the document being shared about Frontex, who is being also visible and present on that reality. And of course, many sides they use those materials to advertise who's doing better, who's doing right or wrong. As a result, because we need to look at the health part and also mortality, that's the death of people. And I think, of course, this is just the peak of an iceberg, but you can see from the map released just on 24th of May that most of the deaths have been taking place in the Mediterranean Sea. So that means that most of them are taking place close to the European borders. And a famous Turkish guy called Gorbuz, I like his drawings, have been creating a picture how his life of somebody who wants to cross into European Union. At the same time, from our side, we have been creating a poster just to raise a bit of attention that 110 years ago, the Titanic sank and it cost the life of 1,500 people, where the last 8 years alone, more than 24,000 people have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea. So we have 16 Titanics, but no news at the big news for that level. This is a picture that I had taken myself in Lesbos. It was during March when it's not alarm currently, but even though the picture came out, I had Facebook stopping placing it because considered that this is disturbing. So, but anyway, this is reality. So in front of this situation, what was the role of NGOs? The role of NGOs was trying to replace what the governments are supposed to do. So the research and rescue operation started first from MSF in the Mediterranean Sea, and were accompanied by different other organizations. And of course, it's a very difficult action. Is this a medical action? Yes, you are saving life of people. It is a medical action. So it's policy, it's politics. Yes, everything is politics. You know, we can open and discuss about it. And of course, I will not open the discussions this because we're being challenged being the taxi drivers of migrants from Africa to Europe. This is a wider discussion on that. But recently, we've been seeing that in addition to MSF, also international organizations like International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent have joined those operations. So that's at least a good sign of how this becomes even political on the level of such organizations. And in this, all these rescue operations are not only single men and men who are coming to find jobs in Europe. So these are pictures from the activities that we've been offering on the boats, treating children, women delivering, and taking care of different nationalities. But of course, even though we replaced the role of the government, you can see this is the data from the 10th of December 2021, how many of the NGOs are put on trial or are being challenged about legal issues relating the operations being taking place. I'll give you even a funny one when the Italian government took us to the court saying that the clothes of the people that we moved inside of this boat were possibly infected with something. So, I mean, even on the most strangest legal ways people are being using, but of course that allows weeks and weeks for boats not moving. So they're just on standby. And of course, the story of Greece, there are no any operation being taking place in Greece at the moment. The results when the European Union is giving money to return people back to Libya. So as a humanitarian organization, yes, we follow the patients and we follow the people. So this is the detention center in Libya where the people are being kept. And we try there at least to work a bit on the dignity and improving their life, following activities. At the same time, for the people arriving in Europe, even though sometimes we see that the Italian government or European government, they do face the challenge how to divide those 100 people or 20 people among each other. But when they come to European territory, there is no assistance for them. So those people are becoming the undocumented migrants in different fields. So we've been addressing their needs in the south of Italy. These are the people who are collecting tomatoes, pomodoro that you probably enjoy with your pizza. Also, we're trying to reach them, providing medical care in different locations. And very quickly, I'll go also to tell you a few things about Greece. This is the EU-Turkey statement of the deal, because it is about potatoes, not about human beings. So those blue dots were the blue dots of the camps. I think I will not be in this world, but this camps will be still there, and still will be a discussion about the existence of those camps. Camps on the mainland, probably remember the famous Moria. The other camp down is the camp of Samos. The other on the right, it's the new Mavrovuni Moria 2.0. And on the right down is the camp in Chios. We still remain as it is, because in Chios there is resistance, even though the Minister of Migration is from Chios and is trying to. So in a way, we've been trying to assist those people on those horrible disease-producing camps, producing mental health and physical health conditions. And this is, of course, 2021, 2022, where people are living. These are living conditions for humans. I don't know if they are humans, but I mean, if humans are being treated that way, I'm sure if there were animals, would be more attention on the attention of that. So I'll pass those pictures just to go through. I will stay a bit on that because when the fire took place in Samos camp, the previous one, those people did not have space to find. So they found a space just on a football field down on the camp, but opposite to the cemetery. And the reaction of people are saying, it is a shame to have a camp next to the cemetery because we're disturbing the dead people. So if you are disturbing the dead people, you know, that's reality that we are. This is the media, how it's presenting the things. And of course, the situation is the same in different camps also in the mainland. And here I have to tell you that in 2018, because I think it's important to keep in mind, in 2018, WHO issued a report regarding the WHO European region, who said very clearly the refugees and migrants are generally in good health, but they get risk because they are having poor living conditions, inadequate food and water, increased stress and lack of integration. These people are not coming into a third world country, but they're coming into the richest continent on earth. And I think this is on purpose. And of course, their needs are like needs that we have, but of course, their needs created, more needs are being created because of the living conditions, also in addition to the mental health issue, especially to uncertainty and to a situation of fake for long time stay. Sometimes there are people 3 years living in these situations. So activities from our side have been addressing the needs and trying to advocate about these people, from the mental health to referrals to NFI distribution, COVID-19 related. So at least to show that the people are not the same, and to show also that we are there to provide their solidarity. That for us, I mean, they are human beings and they have a name, and they're not just refugees. It's important to see that the biggest symptoms of mental health is post-traumatic stress disorders. Depression is a big part. And an interesting thing is that when these people become vulnerable, they become depressed or they are having mental health issues, and you have different European countries taking them as vulnerable cases. And I'm saying one very clear thing: if you're a healthy person, it can be of a better use for society if he's healthy. But if his mental health condition is not a better use for himself and also for society. Plus, when you are creating more medical conditions, that means you need to pay more from your pocket. So in a way, they're necessary suffering, of course, but at the same time, this is of course also to the health economics of the story. So you have a huge demand for mental health services, and the response to that is not by increasing the number of psychologists. It is closing the camps. If you close the camp, they don't need psychologists per se. And you can see that the main morbidities of people are related to living conditions. People are healthy and they get upper respiratory tract infection, they have skin diseases, diarrhea, and then you send them back to the same point of view. You send them back as a doctor, you are feeling incapable because you cannot treat the reason why those people are getting sick. You cannot treat injustice, you cannot treat inequality. So 1 or 2 words regarding the COVID-19. COVID-19 had a very big impact on the migrant and refugees. The people in the camps, they were the first one to be locked down, considering that we want to put them on lockdown because we don't want them to infect the local population. While we know very well that COVID in Greece came from Milan and not from refugees from Afghanistan. So while in Greece, in Europe, and around the world, we put criteria how many people they gather in a supermarket, the refugee camps, they don't have this criteria. So you had people always an overcrowded situation. So we try to adapt activities and not to close activities, otherwise people will leave and more suffering. And you can see also what was the impact of COVID on the refugee population. So for the people living on the Greek islands, you had 3 times more COVID than the general population. Or the people living on the camps on the mainland, 2.5 times more COVID than the general population. And you can see in blue the new arrivals. The new arrivals have a few COVID cases already. And this was something important to show to the authorities that your policy is keeping those people in such conditions. In addition to the identifying what the COVID issue, and we said very clearly that COVID does not discriminate. Why we're discriminating is human being. So refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers do not have access to vaccine. So as Intersos, we started a campaign together with the refugee and migrant communities on informing people in their language, because the only language was Greek, of advocating for changes in the legal frame in order for those people to get vaccinated because they have the right to be vaccinated. And thirdly, we ensured that NGOs can also vaccinate. So today, Vaccines for All campaign is something that is a reality, so people at least can get access to that. Another issue that is very difficult is food. Many people, when they lose their legal status, or even when they are refugees, they don't have access to food. That means that today we are seeing in 21st century, in 2022, women and children having survival sex to survive to get food. And the most saddest part is that you are families, and the father, the mother, and everybody in the family knows that the mother goes out of survival sex to bring food at home. And this is a reality of Europe in 2022. And of course, use the mask, as ladies using the mask as much as possible, even though now we remove the mask due to touristical season, but don't put the mask on your eyes and not look at the situation of refugees in Greece. And money is not an issue. Once a Greek prime minister said money is not an issue. It's not an issue. Greece has benefited 3.3 billion euros since 2015. And this money does not reflect what the reality of migrants and refugees is in place. What I'm asking you for, and I'm sharing with you, are the challenges. That is the lack of political will why we see the situation. There is lack of coordination. There is a need of linking the NGO activities to the national health system. There is a need of removing different administrative barriers. It is very important to share good practices, but the most important solution is integration. Integration of the people, it will bring you sustainability. But until we achieve integration, sustainability, it's important that we expose all together, academia, NGOs, and the positive people, the medical and humanitarian consequences of the migration and asylum policies. We need to promote humanitarian approach, humans' needs versus legal status. And of course, we need to speak out. Speaking out not only between each other, but also speaking out further, to remind all around the world that the right to health means leaving no one behind. And we cannot see refugee and migrant health without considering their health together with the health of the population. But of course, slogans are not enough without a real action. That's why we need to change that part. And of course, to keep people out of the camps. People were not born to live in the camps. People were not born to suffer. So I think we can give an end to suffering because this is taking place on our eyes. And in addition to vaccination for COVID, we need to get vaccinated as societies against indifference. Indifference is the one who's killing the reality. Thank you.
That's great. No.
You can. I'm starting first.
Go ahead.
Should I bring it?
I'm gonna sit near you. I'm gonna sit in my chair.
You can come in.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I guess we are the very last one.
Yes.
So I know everyone is tired. I'm sitting here for 3 hours now, so we're going to keep it short and concise as we can. So, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Ishtugu and Yuja for sharing this opportunity with us to be here with you all and share our project with you. What we do is basically we're working on what we call as refugee-led organizations in Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey. And here today with me is Dr. Elavet, our regional researcher based in Jordan, who came last night, and she's very tired.
This morning.
This morning, yes. Okay, about this talk. So I will give you a really quick introduction to the project that we have, what is that we're doing, and what are our research objectives that we have, how we did the mappings of the refugee-led organizations, or as we call them, refugee-led entities, to keep it open for any kind of possible groupings that refugees may have. And at the very end, I'm going to talk about the spectrum that refugee-led entities exist in the Middle East, or particularly here in Turkey. And then I will hand over to Dr. Elavet to give you some info about the global context and about the broader points of the project. So to set the scene, I would like to read through some of our cases we had here in Turkey specifically. So these are, we had the chance to meet with a high number of refugee-led entities in Turkey. We're basically working in Istanbul, in Trabzon, and Hatay, and in Kayseri. So to begin with is, as one of the managers said, that our center is a social place for refugee women, where we provide them with some vocational training. They can also bring their children to attend the activities. So this is a really tiny but impactful refugee-led entity in Fatih, the area of Istanbul. And in our second case, we have, this is actually a student education for Yemenis that we shared these to quote. This is an umbrella for Yemeni students. We have students with admissions, temporary accommodation, and some financial support. And also, to not to keep it long, I'm going to go to the last one, which says that without exception, we celebrate all our cultural and historical events at our office. So why we are sharing this with you here today is just to set the scene that basically what is being done in terms of agency here in Turkey or in Middle East, Jordan and Lebanon in total, is not just about the service provision, but also it's about 3 more factors that the refugees are trying to act upon and be active in that field that I'm going to talk about in the next slides. To briefly go through our objectives that we have in this research. So we are trying to understand the structure and the shapes that refugee-led entities can take in the Middle East and the impact that they have on their communities. Our second objective is to understand the politics of host states that basically shape the activity of the refugee entities in the 3 countries of Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. And these politics, of course, entails the international, national, and local politics or regulations that also affect their activities. And our third objective is to understand the kind of the relationship that exists between the refugee-led entities or refugee-led organizations with the wider host communities in order to enhance or take their activities to a higher level in order to reach a higher community of refugees. So here is the type of agency that we were basically observed throughout our physical mapping that we have been doing in a couple of last months, starting from last November. And what we observed was basically, besides from the service provision, which entails the education, health, and employment provision for refugee communities, which are basically the biggest or the large images existing in the literature, what we saw was a sort of agency for social protection that is basically awareness raising and legal advocacy, which we saw almost in every single cases that we met. A safeguarding the culture, which entails the identity, religion, or different aspects of that the different refugee communities could take in terms of their nationality, being Syrian, Afghans, Iranians, or from the other African countries. And also the last one that we saw was providing a space to act. So these refugee-led entities could provide a space for the youth specifically and women or children to be active and to be present in the field or the society that they're living. And within our mapping, so in total within our project in the Middle East, we have mapped over 300 different refugee-led organizations. Of course, these take different shapes and different kind of they do different activities in terms of their largeness. So we categorize it into three, being refugee organizations that are basically the well-structured, well-connected entities, refugee-led initiatives, that these are basically, as you can see from the numbers, the highest numbers in the Middle East. So these are from really tiny groups, could be underground refugee communities to relatively medium-level refugee-led entities. And we have others. And with others, what we mean is the type of the entities that they can do action, they take action for refugee communities being active under the umbrella of some other local or national refugee-led, some national entity, sorry. Or what we have in case for Jordan, which is the type of social enterprises. So it is just to circumvent the regulation that the government somehow imposes on refugee communities. The refugees make companies just for in order to circumvent the regulations, because they cannot regulate or they cannot register their own entities under being a refugee. And we have a higher number in Jordan as they could be active in the field and serve the communities. This is the spectrum that I was talking about. So this is a spectrum of patterns that the refugee-led entities take basically in the Middle East. So we start from initiatives, which could be informal, unregistered, really small underground communities, and it goes all the way to very well-structured organizations, which are formal, well-connected, and they are registered not only in one country, but maybe all around Asia, Europe, or in some cases in the US. This is another result of our physical mapping. What we understood is that the numbers that we provided you, every single refugee-led entity takes different characteristics. So we divided these characteristics in order to be able to analyze their impact that they have on their communities. What we can start from is basically the legal status, that it is something enabling the refugee-led community to get funding or to be active in the field with a more colorful impact. We can also, another characteristic could be funding sources, scope of work, target group, size of entity, and leadership. These are characteristics all basically taken by the refugee-led organizations, and it introduces their impact, their size, and their scale that they could be active in the field. And I would like to hand over to my dear colleague, Dr. Alavet, for giving you more information.
Thank you. So this is again what we have been trying to do is, rather than focusing on the refugee, which is I believe we all try to listen to in today's workshop, we have been very much questioning where is the agency, how the agency of refugees can be mobilized in light of a very restrictive and repressive policy led by the host state. On one hand, we were questioning the kind of mobilization that can be done amongst the social network, which is a very obvious thing that we always analyze when we're studying displacement. When we leave our homeland, the first thing that we try to do is to reconnect or to build our community with those people who are with us from the same profession, same village, same town. And this is one very important element that we were trying to understand while we're trying to pick up these bodies from the ground. Secondly, one of the very important elements, and this is what Mustafa was trying to highlight with the word agency, with the various elements of the agency, is that as protracted refugees, and remember, protractedness has been becoming louder and louder recently, based on the fact that after 5 years of being in refuge and displacement, the person goes into this kind of protractedness when it's a lengthy stay in a host country with very limited rights. And with these very limited rights, what are refugees trying to do in order to secure rights, basic rights that can englobe not only services, but also cultural elements and other elements?
So what we try to do is try to understand what are the factors that influence this kind of mobilization of the refugee community? Is it only really their protractedness? Is it only their social networks that they are trying to rebuild? Or is it something related to the drive, the agency of the leader? And this is very much Gramsci, in fact, talks about the leader from the proletariat, the class, the middle class, where we really need to have a leader who can have this momentum and drive to say, I cannot live very unknown, I cannot live in the shadow, but I want to group my people and to serve them in a way that fulfills our needs. And this is one of the things that we were questioning. But this is one of the things that we were able to identify when we were doing our field work in Turkey, where sometimes we are talking to people and say, what are you doing to your own community? And the answer would be, why do I really need to do anything? Why do I really need to put myself under the radar in order to have this kind of security trace after me? So this is one of the things that we were able to identify within these mobilized agency. It's the need on one hand, it is the lengthy period in the host country, but there's also an important element, which is the leader who will definitely take the risk and mobilize in order to assemble his own community to fulfill the protection element and the services. Now, I would like to just situate this kind of research that we're doing in a very much the global level, very much talking really to the network that that has been presented this morning by Ricard. One of the things that we have been talking about, in fact, for the last 20 years, but mostly, and it became really louder and louder, that was in 2016 with a grand bargain on one hand, but also it was followed by the International Humanitarian Summit, where there has been this loud voice about the importance of refugees becoming self-reliant and very much pushing this kind of self-reliance and dependence and independency for refugees. One of the things that we were trying to understand is that how was it happening on the ground in light of state policies that are very much limiting the mobility, what we have seen today, of these refugees as individuals. So while they're so limited as individuals, what is happening to them as communities? And how the structure is enabling them really to grow. One of the important points that's really making me quite critical about this whole idea of what we call, again, part of the grand bargain, the localization of aid. This is one of the big debates today happening in our world. Localization of aid, whose agenda does it serve? Does it really serve the agenda of the refugees? These very limited refugees with very, very suppressive and restrictive policies where they're trying to manipulate the roads and routes in order to prove themselves? Or does it really serve the interest of the state on one hand or the international community on the other hand, who is really trying slowly and softly to withdraw from its responsibility vis-a-vis refugees and hand on to very simple and vulnerable refugees? Just the irony of it, I'm just going to give you a little irony about the definition, where localization is considered as a pragmatic measure that minimizes the transaction cost of aid, where rather than recruiting these international NGOs, you just hand it on to these refugees, whether they are capable or not capable to handle all their own issues. I'm going to take you, so one of the issues that we're becoming more and more critical of is the localization of aid. But there's another element that's being pushed by the international community, again, with the language of pushing or giving this kind of dependency for the refugees who are suppressed already by the host state, is the institutionalization of social capital. As I mentioned earlier, one of the very typical relationships that happens during the flight is the kind of bonding that the human nature does it. It's the very natural element. It's a very potent relationship that happens when people are moving from one spot to the other. Interestingly enough, what the international community today is calling for is it's not satisfied only to have this kind of very subtle relationship that's happening among refugees, but they're calling for this institutional hat that fulfills the conditionality of the international community in what may concern funding, so that when they have this kind of entity, when they have this kind of registration with the host state, they are then entitled to be recognized by the international community, to be funded and to be supported. How am I putting this? In what scale am I putting this? Recently, it has been very much lobbied for and advocated to put a certain fund in the UNHCR on one hand, but also in the international communities, by the international community, to create certain bodies that get funding from donors in order to fund organizations, in order to fund refugee communities. And this is a way where we are very much asking the very natural social bond to shift from a natural social bond into a very unnatural social bond that is very much falling under the conditionalities of the donors. And this is very much seen into a kind of power dynamics that we were able to identify in our research, in our mapping, in the inter level of the organization, where the leader is having certain power over his community, over the members of the community, one, but we're also able to see it with the relationships that's happening between these RNOs that have this registration with the refugee community as a whole, where there's a certain power, where this body is dictating who to serve and who not to serve. It's very much getting the really institutional image, unfortunately, of any kind of NGO and of any kind of state service, to our bad luck. And this is very much happening with very much the blessing of funding. Now that takes me to the second point of funding. One of the arguments that have you seen, I've put the word small is beautiful. Unfortunately, Schumacher, when he wrote his book, Small is Beautiful, was very much emphasizing the importance of the small NGO organization because of keeping the integrity of this body, keeping the accountability towards the members, the community that's being served, rather than going big. And when growing big and falling under the institutional hat, there will be the accountability will very much shift into the donors, will very much shift into securing more funding from the international community, forgetting about the priorities of the people. So this is one element about this institutionalization of social capital. The second point is about the bridging. Since they are very much pushing refugees with their little entities that are blessed by the host state to create these kind of entities, it is very much obliging them to establish a certain relationship with the host community on one hand, whether it is a relationship that again falls under accountability, that is very much pleasing the host community to what may please the host community but not please the refugees, one. But secondly, and this was the observation that we had here in Turkey, where the majority of these bodies that are really existing as bodies, registered bodies, in reality, they are having the blessing of the host state. So they are bringing out the voice of the host state rather than voicing out the needs of their own people. They're having this kind of relationship, intimate relationship with the host state, which is very much reflective in very much of suppressing the reality of what's happening on the ground and being satisfied of voicing out what the state wants to voice out. I'm going to finish with this last point, again, questioning the whole idea of the localization of aid and questioning the whole idea of pushing the natural relationship to become unnatural, is that how able in reality these vulnerable refugees as members, as individuals, how are they really able as entities, as artificial entities, really to assume the responsibility of service? How are they able to do it? One. Secondly, what is really important when we're talking about localization of aid? Are we really giving the importance to really the priority of the refugees, or are we, again, with another fooling message being brought to us by the international community, are we really serving the agenda of the international community, who doesn't want really anymore to take the responsibility of refugees and wants to hand it over to them, to these vulnerable entities? I'm going to conclude with these points because these are, like, in a way, summarizing the reality of what we have been observing. The governance of refugees is happening. What priority is really dominating? Is it the governance of refugees, or the governance of refugee communities. And in my point of view, what we are able to observe from the ground, it is the governance of communities that is very much a subtle way for the state to dictate its rules and to dictate its language through these kind of entities, artificial entities, in order to have a better grasp over refugees. Secondly, there's this claim of the importance, again, once again, this importance again that has been being said in the grand bargain, the importance of the participatory approach with the refugees. But is it really, are we really calling about participation of refugees, or are we talking about the part of allegiance, buying the allegiance of refugees in order to serve the host state's agenda, which unfortunately is what we have been able to trace in the three countries. And lastly, to what extent really localization agenda is possible to strengthen the refugees? Is it really strengthening the power of the refugees on the ground? Is it really giving them the agency to act? Or is it really creating these entities in order to lessen all the load from the host states on one hand, but also the international community on the other hand? And that's it really. So this has been our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Difference. That's all what has been said earlier.
Thank you. And the floor is open for questions. I know we are somehow out of time, and I know you're all tired, but very quick to the point questions. Really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you again for all presentation. Each presentation was really very enriching. I'm really very satisfied. Thank you for all of them. Steven, I have a question to you. When I'm listening to you, I remember the book of Illegality, written by Ruben Anderson. And at the same time, I also remember the critical border studies and every civil, school. He's saying the emancipation is possible with the individual level, and reaction coming from the individual level is really very important. And it creates a question in my mind. It's just a hypothetical question for you, just for maybe brainstorming. Is it possible to think about the whole organization of the migrants from going from Turkey to Greece or to another country, their whole networks, their whole organization with the smugglers, drivers and all of those issues? Is it possible to call them as a different type of migrant agency, just to disturb this type of illegality by their own selves, by themselves? As I remember, this critical border studies and this emancipation emancipation concept, the vulnerable things or the left, classes, the left groups could be labeled or should be labeled. So these groups are among them, and the migrant agencies, okay, at the local level, at the state level, they are really very important. But honestly, on the whole organization, they have different type of organization, they have different type of network. Okay, time to time the smugglers are digitalized, open, or again, we see distrust there, but it's possible to call them a different type of agency. What do you think about it?
With the migrants by themselves,
Yes,
right?
migrants
Not including NGOs.
No. Just migrants themselves on the whole organization towards Europe. With regard to the concept of book of the illegality, the whole political economy of the border issue and so on and so forth, I think it's clear. And also another one comment. Yeah, the concept of de facto open border policy is really very creative, very crystal clear in my mind. It was really again very creative and let's say important to me. But at the same time, if you think about the Turkish border policy on the Syrian, Iraqi, and Iranian border, you will see contradictory policy, which is really very close border policy.
I'm not sure about the Iranian one. We don't know yet.
Yeah. All those structures are. Yeah, this is also the fact that Turkey is using the whole issue as an instrument. They are using it as an instrument on the Turkish-Greek border. They are using it for their own public policy or for their other issues as a different type of instrument on their, Eastern policy. This is just one comment. Are you agree or not? This is also my question.
Thank you to all the speakers for very valuable statements. My question is from Mustafa and Arul. I saw your study, I'm very related to your study because I would like to study a similar phenomenon in Turkey with the NGOs. I think what you're telling is a very neoliberal governance. That's what I observe, like neoliberal governance, like putting the responsibility on the initiatives. I think the difficult part is that it's impossible to resist the funding coming from the NGOs. So it's impossible to resist from the part of the initiatives against this funding. Are they talking about this? Like what are we turning into? Are we diverting from our objectives? They have time to do that? Like, are they disturbed, or this is so much drifting into the objectives of the funding organizations? And I'm interested in what they think as they are the agency.
Absolutely. Well, also I found this concept of de facto open border issue. Very simple question is that what do you think? What was the main reason behind it? I mean, just please ask the question of this is becoming a kind of instrumental for domestic issues in Turkey as well as a kind of instrumental for foreign policy type of things, or how you can speculate on that. And to Apostolos, actually, the details that you have given about the camps in Greece, of course, they are quite gray, dark. And you reflect, I mean, maybe indirectly you reflect that the Greek government is responsible, but since you are really for a long time in the field of civil society, also another important actor responsible for that EU. So I know that, I mean, you are in several meetings with those guys too. So the EU policymakers also, they know that what's missing there from the EU side? This is my question. For the last presentation, you just look at the civil society organizations, these 3 different countries. When we look at the civil society traditions in these 3 countries, in general, not related to only refugees, migrants, there should be some big differences. Plus, I don't want to be a kind of Orientalist, but these countries not so. I mean, I can say that not so friendly to the whole notion of civil society. So, can you tell us about because of this refugee situation, there are some improvements, or because the issue becoming a kind of issue for the civil society, so a kind of unintended positive consequence of this refugee question maybe could be on civil society activism. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. I would like to start with Greece. Two difficult questions, actually. Okay, for the first one, migrant agency, it is, I think, a very, very complex and difficult term that I have very difficulty in dealing with, actually. Okay, first, I think we need to categorize and conceptualize what is agency. So if it is an act of resistance at the daily level, then you can define different behaviors and actions as part of an agency. But if you would like to define it as a long-term, more organized, a kind of a social movement-like, action, then the answer is different. So what I prefer is, with respect to especially to the border regions and the networks at the border regions, I prefer to define agency as a very short moments of actions that you negotiate or resist against the existing structure and existing chains of exploitation that you face in your daily life. So I would like to call agency as this very, even as this very short moment of time, right? In which you try to, just struggle against all the exploitation that aims to make you a docile body. So in terms of this kind of definition, of course, I would say that the agency and the level of exploitation go hand in hand always in the border regions. For instance, you have, I would call I do not want to call refer as I do not use that word, smuggling, but politically. But let me say is a chain of facilitators. When you go to the field, you will observe that you have dozens of different facilitators in every village. For instance, around Evros River. Each village has its own more powerful facilitator who is from certain nationality. For instance, in one village, Pakistani facilitator is more, is stronger than the others. In other village, Afghan facilitators do the job. So each village has its their own network. So these are both individual persons, like very ordinary persons, but at the same time, they're part of larger mafia organizations. So it is really hard when you are on the field. It is really hard to differentiate the ordinary person from a large mafia organization because they are all part of the main hubs in Istanbul, mostly, right? You have a mafia leader of Pakistani population or for Afghani population, right? Situating in Istanbul and trying to organize all the networks along the way to Edirne. So that's why within this very complex picture, every time, every day, you witness the act of agency, for sure. Every time and every moment as being a migrant, you have to negotiate. Negotiate vis-a-vis these actors, whether it is a facilitator or a border security, right? You have to negotiate in removal centers, you have to negotiate with taxi drivers, with the facilitators, etc. And plus, we have been entering into a new kind of phase with respect to Edirne, which I'm trying to write this right now, is the outsourcing of pushback, very active pushback, in which Greece border security is trying to make migrants themselves to push the migrants back towards Turkey. Especially Iraqi and Bangladesh, people from Bangladesh are doing the act of pushback instead of Greek border security. So this is the solution Greek border security found recently, outsourcing the act of pushback in order to get rid of the acquisitions. So that's why they say Bangladesh person, I'm gonna give you a residence permit in Greece if you do this act of pushback on Evros River for me for 4 or 5 months, then you will be provided with a visa. So this is a way that Greece found recently, very, very new phenomenon. So when you look at the Evros River, here you see migrants on the Greek side, migrants on Turkish side, trying to pull and pushing back each other. So this is what is happening. So that's why it is so hard to define what is agency. So and your okay. So de facto open border policy. To keep it very short, what I mean is that since 2020, Ahmet Hocam, starting with Pazarkule, very tacitly, Turkey kept the same policy on the table. So what was at stake during Pazarkule events is still the case. So meaning that last month I was in villages of Edirne and I did manage to do an interview with border security for the first time, Piyade. And this is a very open public discourse. They say that yes, migrants can cross the forbidden military region, askeri yasak bölge. They can cross that region and they can go to the nearby Evros River and then they can cross the river. So we do not operate any kind of act of prevention. This is free, they can pass, but not you. So what they do is a filtering mechanism, filtering migrants from Turkish citizens. So for Turkish citizens, you are not allowed to enter that military region. But for migrants, yeah, this is all free, de facto free. When you go to a village, for instance, nearby Evros River, you see that the dozens of migrants are just passing by, but you are not allowed as a Turkish citizen. This is de facto open border policy that I mentioned. Of course,
but probably they try, but they cannot. I mean, not all.
Most of them
from other side.
Yeah, most of them are pushed back from Evros River, and then they stay in the villages. They go back again. So this is Chiara just mentioned the hyper circulation, right? This is the hyper circulation. So they want to cross. They are pushed back. They stay for a couple of days in the border villages. Then they try again. So this is thousands of people every day.
How are the Turkish citizens filtered? Like, is it about passing through the border gates, or like how are the
Evros River, they go to villages.
About Turkish citizens, because there are also Turkish citizens who are apprehended as irregular migrants. So there's also this going on at the moment.
Yeah,
so I was curious about this filtering. How is it?
It depends on any change from village to village, because it depends on the geography of the village, whether it is very close to Evros River, which we have in the region of Meriç. But when you go to region of Uzunköprü, İpsala, or other villages in those regions, then the Evros River is not very close to you. Then the operation differs. So what they do is, what I witness at least.
Sorry, I don't want to.
Okay.
No, we are really over time. But of course, because the other.
Yeah, sorry, Damla, but yeah, sure.
So your.
No, please go ahead.
A ladies person, go ahead.
Very super. Well, thank you very much for the questions. We have two questions. Yes. The world has been very much pushing towards this new liberal governance, whether we like it or not, at all levels. In fact, when we look at it and when we analyze everything that's happening at the level of governance, yes, the diversity from if they are drifting away from their objective and how the funding is ruling, definitely. One of the things that we were able, in fact, the table that was shown by Mustafa, is showing us that there's a majority of the bodies, they are still initiatives. They are unable to register because they are unable to fulfill the conditionalities of the state. And I'll talk in a minute about your question, Professor Ahmed, because it's a really very important question about the structure. So not being able to fulfill the conditionalities of the state is rendering them in the hide in a way, either as little initiatives that exist with no hat whatsoever, with no funding whatsoever, or they could exist, as Mustafa explained, in Jordan as enterprises, not profit enterprises. So they are able to secure some money in a very subtle way that covers the needs of their community, or they can just simply try to fulfill the conditionality of the host state by, in a way, responding to the conditionalities of the host states. And this is what we were able to see in the three countries, is that suddenly they become big. Suddenly we're talking about 5 million, a budget of 5 to 10 million. And these people who are very modest people, vulnerable people in principle, are now managing 10 million a year and serving refugees. And what capacity? How? You know, and there's the state that, again, like one of the people that we interviewed here in Turkey had to tell us that, in fact, the state even approached us and they asked us to create our own body. So that tells you, yes, they do divert completely their agenda. But I'd like Mustafa to elaborate more on this because he has been also more in contact with the bodies in Turkey. I'm going to finish with your question, Professor Ahmed. What's interesting, I'm going to explain this at 3 levels. Mustafa can elaborate more on Turkey. Jordan is so very known that it doesn't have something called civil society body. So I much appreciate your question. And there has no existence of the civil society body as such because of the conditionalities that are quite harsh for any civil society entity to fulfill. Therefore, yes, the existence of Jordanians to hold their own civil society bodies is quite of a challenge. So what about a refugee that is as a refugee, his rights are barely fulfilled? How do you expect him to create or her to create her own NGO? But this is a voice that we're trying to bring out to UNHCR when they are telling the world that we are very much pushing for the localization of aid. Like what localization of aid we're trying to call for. This is one element. The second element is Lebanon. And ironically enough, Lebanon in the Middle East is considered to be the most vibrant country, the utmost vibrant country when it comes to civil society bodies. The irony is, while it's having this vibrant reality of civil society bodies, when it comes to Lebanese with very, very easy conditionalities to fulfill, when it comes to refugees, there is an issue. And the issue is how many people are with you on the board? Is there a Lebanese person on the board? How many people who are naturalized? And this is what happened to most of the bodies. In fact, we have almost 40 bodies who managed to become RLOs, really organizations. But the power that they were able to present was the fact that they partnered with Lebanese, or they were naturalized, as Syrians naturalized as Lebanese. That enabled them to create this entity. But as refugees, this has not been at all possible. I'm going to leave you to talk about Turkey because you have the two examples of Turkey.
Regarding your question about the fundings versus the objective of the RLOs, it does definitely affect their objectives and goals, how it is, because these fundings are not just being given to refugee organizations to do whatever you want to do. It comes with an imposed agenda. So you want to get this, whatever amount of money you want to take, you have to do this for us. It could be, I know, education, health, or any kind of thing. So what we try to feel is just, again, another spectrum and vis-a-vis the reception of the funds. So some of the refugee entities are like, we don't want to be under lens of any kind of government, any organization. So we want to do what we are doing. We keep it like a lower scale, smaller scale, but we want to do what the community really needs rather than doing what is being imposed on us. And we have, for example, this is like really observed among Iranian communities. So they are open to get funds because they are not being that much identified in the community here in Turkey because they're so close. They have like the issue of trust is like a really huge problem among Iranians because they do not trust each other. They don't want to commute. They don't want to just get around one group. So how it works is just through different kind of groupings, religious groupings, like being active in churches, as we have like a large number of Iranians here in Turkey are like basically religiously converted people. And regarding the question of
Professor Ahmed,
1 minute. So I'm going to give just a really short example about Afghanistan. So the culture of NGOs in Afghanistan was existed since 2004 when the invasion happened. But it wasn't in the field of social activity. It was in the field of basically capacity building and trainings and how the US or the other basically NATO countries want to implement their projects. But ever since 2008, 2009, when the waves started to come more and more in Turkey, and here what we had a really pre-existing community of Afghans existing here in Turkey. So they built these organizations. Some of them are really huge. They are basically refugee organizations. This did affect the part in Afghanistan. So now we can see that there are interconnections between Afghanistan and for example, one of the refugee organizations in Kayseri, they hold activities in Afghanistan, in Kabul for people in order to just do some awareness raising and maybe legal advocacy for people.
And
1 second only. Yeah, so the responsibility is not, of course, only with the Greek state, it's also with the European Union. The point is that on the last years from the crisis, so-called European Union is changing its profile. It's coming more and more accepting the idea of the pushbacks and the idea of being the deterrence itself. I think the only visible area that you could play with it's the European Parliament, where still there is some voice. The European Commission has been supporting what Greece does on the way. And at the same time, is being supported by member states who are happy to keep those migrants in this condition. So in a way, if the story comes as following: we are providing Greece what they're asking us as resources. We can see 3.3 billion euros. So they say we don't need money, get money. Then when it comes to implementation, they say it's the member state. We don't have a responsibility. So it's a game which relates also with the legal frame how European Union be living, but it's more and more a position, political position of the Commission itself. To have this attitude towards
non-Ukrainians. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Since time is up, I mean, just the closing remark is just, I like to really say thank you to all of you for your participation. We revisited this long established term, irregular migration, not only irregular migration, of course, we touch upon the related issues, asylum seeking, even the activism in the field. But thank you very much for your participation. Just I hope you enjoy it. And for the next event, maybe, yeah, we will meet again in another location or here again. Thank you very much.